Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons, second reading of Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Acts, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on the subject of Bill C-48, which is now before the House. This bill could be termed a house cleaning bill, which does not mean that it is unimportant, because it is important to keep one's house clean. And in this case, we're talking about the cleanliness of our tax system. What this bill does is it enacts into law previous comfort letters and other statements by the Department of Finance, which have already been enacted by CRA, but which are not yet enshrined in law. And as I will indicate, the Liberal Party will support this bill, but our only complaint is that it's far too long in coming, that there have been massive delays to the point where this bill is almost 1,000 pages long with, I believe, 400 and something amendments, 40-something amendments, and this has caused great cost to the tax system, great uncertainty regarding the tax system, and we believe it is simply bad public administration that the government should have delayed so long in bringing forward this last legislation. The last house cleaning tax bill that was passed by Parliament was in 2001, almost 12 years ago. And we believe, as a matter of course, such bills should come before the House every year so that the complexity of the tax system would be alleviated and taxpayers would have a clearer idea of what their rights and obligations were. So let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by going through a little bit of the sad, lengthy history which has led us 12 years after the last bill was passed to where we are today. As I said, in 2001, a tax house cleaning bill was passed 12 years ago. The Liberal government prepared another one, but then was defeated. The Conservatives made 2 attempts, but both failed because of an election or because of prorogation. They simply did not get through the House and were dropped. And then the next event, which is of some importance, is the Auditor General's report of 2009, and the Auditor General made it crystal clear that there were major costs imposed by not acting more expeditiously in this area. And I'd like just to read a few of the key recommendations that were made by the Auditor General in 2009. Et elle a dit, l'incertitude.
She said that uncertainty can have the following negative effect on taxpayers. 1, increased costs to receive advice from professionals in order to respect the Income Tax Act. 2, a reduction in the efficiency with regard to trade operations. 3rd, the inability for listed companies to establish their financial reports based on proposed tax changes because the changes have not yet been adopted, and a greater cynicism with regard to the fairness of our tax system, and an increased willingness to aggressively conduct tax planning. She then went on to say that with regard to tax authorities, these could be the following negative effects: increased cost with regard to directives and interpretations made to taxpayers, an increase in administrative costs to process income tax returns following pending legislative changes, and as far as taxpayers are concerned, longer delays to receive their returns.
The Auditor General makes it very clear that the absence of house cleaning legislation presented promptly imposes major costs on taxpayers in terms of their ability to understand the law, their need for professional advice, and also imposes greater delays on rulings by CRA, which further reduce the efficiency of the system. Now, following the Auditor General's report, the Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts met, and I'd just like to read their recommendations, which were published in the year 2010. 1. Que le ministère des Finances du Canada.
1. That the Finance Minister, in order to reduce accumulated delays, ensure that future bills to make technical changes to the Income Tax Act strictly deal with technical tax issues. 2nd, that the Minister of Finance of Canada not wait for Parliament to adopt bills containing technical amendments before publishing further proposed changes to the Income Tax Act. 3, once the current delays have been eliminated, the Department of Finance of Canada should henceforth every year prepare a technical tax amendment bill to submit to Parliament. And 4, on March 31st of 2011, as of March 21st, 2011, the Department of Revenue provide a status report to the Finance Committee with regard to Chapter 3 of the Fall 2009 report of the Auditor General.
That these recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee were not followed. They called for this housekeeping legislation to be presented on an annual basis. They called for a reduction in the time that the CRA took to give its tax opinions or directives. This has not happened. The time has gotten longer, not shorter. So again, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that this is a case of really bad public administration in an area that's not particularly exciting to the public, but which is nevertheless critical to the good functioning of our economy. Now, you would think that accountants, of all people, would love tax complexity because they are paid for helping people to complete their taxes, and if the system is more complex, they're needed ever more, and so they would make more money. But quite to the contrary, both the Chartered Accountants and the Certified General Accountants have recently been arguing very strongly in favor of expeditious passing of this legislation and also a more general reform of the tax system. So I'd like to read from both the recommendations of the Chartered Accountants and the Certified General Accountants on these issues. In 2010, the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants said the following: reducing complexity in Canada's domestic tax regime is crucial to easing the regulatory burden placed on Canadian businesses and attracting investment. Simplifying our tax system would make the country more competitive and allow both individuals and businesses to prosper. According to the Global Competitiveness Report 2010-11, issued by the World Economic Forum, tax regulations are among the top 4 most problematic factors cited by business executives for doing business in Canada. Many aspects of Canada's tax system have become too complex. We recommend that the government establish a national consultation process to examine tax implication measures. Well, this is a government that talks all the time about caring only about the economy, about being competitive, about attracting foreign investment, and yet tax complexity is the number 4 on the list of negative factors according to companies, investors. And yet this government has been doing nothing since these recommendations of 2009, 2010, until 3 years later, today, notwithstanding the pleas from the accountants, the Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee to act expeditiously. So let me now read what the Certified General Accountants said. Modernize Canada's tax system, make it simple, transparent, and more efficient, introduce and pass a technical tax bill to deal with unlegislated tax proposals, implement a sunset provision to prevent further legislative backlogs, appoint an independent panel of experts to recommend steps to reform Canada's tax system. So that statement about a sunset provision is interesting, Mr. Speaker, because it would say that when finance issues a declaration or a comfort letter that effectively changes the system, unless it's placed in law within a certain time, like a year or 2 years, it sunsets, it disappears. So this would be a good change to the system because it would certainly be an incentive for the finance department or the government to implement these house cleaning bills annually or expeditiously so as to reduce this growing complication of Canada's tax system. But as you will have heard from these quotes, Mr. Speaker, I think the issue does go further than simply these house cleaning bills. If it's been 12 years, I think, 12 years since our last house cleaning bill, it's been close to 50 years since our last wholesale examination of Canada's tax system. The last time that was done, I believe the report was issued in 1966, was by the Carter Commission, and what the accountants say and what I say is it's high time we have another study, overall study, of Canada's tax system with a view to simplify it, make it more competitive, make it less complex, make it fairer. So this would be a major undertaking, Mr. Speaker, and since it hasn't been done in almost 50 years, I think it's high time that we do it. And I'll just mention one obvious unfairness which would become apparent if such a study was done, and this is the operation of our tax credits. The government offers tax credits for young soccer players, young violin players. Some economists would prefer that such measures be put into overall cuts in income tax, but that's another issue. My point is that these tax credits are grossly unfair because they deliberately exclude those whose income is not high enough to pay significant tax. So if you're a low-income Canadian, your son or your daughter might want to play soccer or a violin just as much as a child of a higher-income Canadian, but because your income is low and you don't pay tax or you don't pay much tax, you are excluded from this benefit. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that is a gross unfairness. So item number one in reforming our tax system would be to make those tax credits refundable so that they are available for all Canadians and not just well-heeled Canadians. But that's just one tiny item in the overall scheme of things. I think what we need is an overall review of our overall tax system, one which has not happened for nearly 50 years, and it's high time that this was done. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we do support this bill. Our complaint is that it is far too late in coming, and perhaps I could use the rest of my time to go over a few of the provisions of the bill. Now, I obviously cannot cover in detail the nearly 1,000 pages of changed legislation. This, as I said earlier, is one of the problems with it, because it's just too much all in one bite to absorb correctly and to analyze appropriately. But in the few minutes that I have, I'll just mention some of the things that have been changed. There have been changes to the foreign affiliate rules that are probably the most important changes for business. These changes are generally considered to be relieving for business, although they also increase the complexity of meeting those tax obligations. On income trusts, the bill affects how debt was treated when an income tax trust was taken over by a corporation after the famous or infamous 2006 income trust tax announcement. There's a change for employment insurance. Now that self-employed individuals can contribute to EI, C-48 ensures those contributions are deducted from annual income for taxation purposes in the same manner that an employee's contributions are deducted. And on GST, First Nations can choose to levy a sales tax on reserve by allowing the Canada Revenue Agency to collect and administer the tax. All money collected is returned to the Band Council. C-48 will allow Revenue Quebec to fulfill that same function. On labour-sponsored venture funds, In 2010, the province of Ontario announced it was phasing out its tax credit for Labour-sponsored venture funds by 2014. Many of those funds are no longer attracting the capital they need to continue as Labour-sponsored funds and have asked to become mutual funds. However, the Income Tax Act imposes some severe federal penalties for making that switch. C-48 would waive those penalties in recognition of the Ontario government's change. It would also allow shareholders to sell their shares to other investors instead of back to the fund. And finally, on airlines, provinces, and taxes, this clarifies the allocation of miles flown over certain territorial waters for the purpose of provincial taxation. So, Mr. Speaker, as you'll see from that list, none of those items is likely to make a headline, but cumulatively, when put together, when added together, the absence of such provisions in our income tax law adds complexity, adds costs, reduces the competitiveness of the Canadian economy, and so that is why, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, while supporting this bill, would also make a plea to the government that the next such house cleaning bill be introduced to this House approximately 1 year from today. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. From his speech, I'm taking that he for sure, for certainty, will be supporting us in moving forward with these amendments to close loopholes. But I was wondering if he could clarify actually the position of the Liberal Party. His colleague from King's Hants, I believe, put it through 3,000 amendments. Some of the amendments were actually stopping us from closing some of these loopholes. And in the best interest of Canadians, I was wondering if he could clarify with us what the Liberal position is, if they're going to be working with us, and if he will work with us and the Liberal Party will work with us to make sure that this is expedited and moves through as quickly as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I guess the honourable member would have to consult the member from King's Hants to get clarification on that point. But my own view is that these measures are far, far too late, perhaps 11 years too late. So my view is that if they can be passed, they should be passed as quickly as possible. And as I also said, I hope we have another much smaller set of technical amendments, perhaps a year from now.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly, you Democrats are interested in closing tax loopholes, and so I was very interested in the Parliamentary Secretary's comments on amendments introduced by the Liberals that might prevent us from closing tax loopholes. But my question to the honourable member is, he talks about this being 11 years late, but during the first 5 years or 5.5 years of that 11 years, of course, his party was government, and I believe he was also a minister. So if he believes these should be introduced every year, what happened during those 5 years when the Liberal was government? Because it's important that we update our tax code and businesses have a clear idea of what's expected.
Fair enough.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying that the Liberal governments of the past were in every respect 100% perfect, but I do think we were certainly much better on this issue than the current government, because we introduced changes that took effect in 2001. We introduced changes that would have taken effect under a Liberal government in 2005, but then we were defeated, and the Conservatives took over those changes, and they dropped the ball until today. So I think there's scope for improvement on the part of all Canadian governments. I don't think any of us have brought in these changes as frequently as once per year, and I think in the intervening time, since the Auditor General's report of 2009, since the accountants' reports that I quoted earlier, it has become clearer to all that once per year would be the ideal frequency of these housekeeping bills.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brassard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the same vein as my colleague mentioned, in committee, the Liberals delayed the application of the rules through their amendments that would have closed the loopholes. And I think my Liberal colleague said so. Under the Liberals, things weren't perfect. Indeed, it wasn't perfect. But it's funny to hear this doublespeak. First, they say that they want to close the loopholes, but they don't do it in practice. And when they were in power, they did not address tax evasion, nor did they simplify tax system. So we hear them say we have to simplify things, but nothing was done since the Carter Commission. Why is it that when they were in power, they did nothing to simplify the tax system and address tax evasion?
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we adopted legislation in 2001 to do that, to fix the system from a technical standpoint, and we'd prepared another bill in 2005, and so we tried. But then the Conservatives took power. So 7 or 8 years later, since the Conservatives have become the government, it took 7 years for them to come up with a bill before the House. So I think that's a lot longer, a lot too much time. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague this question we're all asking ourselves. He's not necessarily answering the question, but why is it that he's proposing an annual review? Could he explain? Perhaps he can give us some of the background behind all this. Why is it that between 2001, 2007, or 8, nothing was done? Is there a problem? Is it realistic to ask what he's asking for, to have these annual reviews? Perhaps he could give us a little more background on the fact that this was not done under a Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, I think that the idea behind these annual bills was not tabled before 2009, and we were not the government at that time. It was an idea from accountants who presented this idea, but to my knowledge, when we were in government, no one had made that suggestion. I think that the suggestion of annual bills is much more recent. Given the problems that we have with 12-year delays now, I think that this would be a practical and feasible reform, even if no one has done it previously. I think it's a relatively new idea that we could apply in the future. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen, I don't want to belabor the point, but what the Liberals did when they were in power, that was a while ago, and it will be a lot longer in the future before they have the opportunity to not do things, and I think we're all going to be better off for that. But I do want to ask the member who spoke quite eloquently about what the Conservatives haven't done, and I don't disagree, and will make some of the same points myself later on this morning when I get the opportunity to speak on this bill. But I noted in response to an earlier question, he said that they didn't move on the need for annual updates and annual legislation to update the tax regime, tax legislation, since 2001, when in fact we've had reports from Auditors General, we've had submissions from tax experts, certified general accountants, before the Finance Committee for many years now that have advocated just that thing. And I wondered if he could perhaps clarify and explain why it is that his government has failed when they had the opportunity, and I know that that will be the last opportunity for many, many years, but if he would perhaps try to give us a better explanation of why they weren't able to move forward, that will help us in weighing the veracity of their complaints against this government.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly agree with the honourable member's first statement that it's been some years since Liberals were government. I think his second statement that it will be many years to come before that happens again reflects a certain arrogance in the assumption made by some NDPers that they have the God's will to become the next government, and that on that point I do disagree. But it's my understanding, I might be wrong, but it's my understanding that this proposal for annual house cleaning bills began after we ceased to be the government, from 2006 onwards. I know the quotes that I read were from 2009, 2010, 2012. It's possible that such recommendations were made before 2006. I don't deny it if that is true, but I'm simply not aware that that was the case, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues. Before I begin my speech, I'll say that I'll be sharing my time, with your permission, with the member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today in order to express my views about Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the Excise Tax Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation. A lot of legislation is affected by this bill. At the NDP, we believe that this bill will have a positive impact on revenue and will discourage tax avoidance. It was high time that we had a technical bill about taxes. Parts 2 and 3 of C-48 deal with the taxation of foreign affiliates of Canadian multinationals. These changes reflect proposals contained in the budgets of 2007, December 2009, February 2010, August 2010, and August 2011, and I'm delighted to see that these seek essentially to guarantee the integrity of the tax system and discourage tax avoidance. The New Democrats are in favor of reducing tax avoidance and tax evasion. That's why my colleagues on the Finance Committee made sure that the Finance Committee finish its examination of this subject. I'd like to open a parenthesis here and thank our finance critics, the member for Parkdale High Park and the deputy critic, the member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. I know in the past few months they did colossal work regarding any bill regarding finances, including the omnibus budget bill and this omnibus bill on taxes. So I thank them. It's much appreciated. It helps us better understand what's being presented here in this bill. I'm pleased to see that this bill proposes amendments to reduce tax evasion, and the committee will continue its examination of this topic this year. It's worrisome to see that 11 years have passed since the adoption of any bill of this type. Tax specialists have repeated on many occasions that Canada is falling behind because this government has delayed transposing these technical amendments into legislation. In a report tabled by Sheila Fraser in 2009, the Auditor General indicated that if the proposed technical amendments are not tabled regularly, they form a large body that taxpayers, tax experts, and parliamentarians have difficulty absorbing, unquote. We also saw that the Department of Finance of Canada had accumulated at least 400 technical amendments, which have still not been enacted. In my opinion, it's essential that we make sure that this kind of delay does not happen again. I also agree with the Certified General Accountants of Canada, who, during the pre-budget consultations, proposed the following to the Finance Committee. First, the modernization of Canada's tax system to make it simpler, more transparent, and more efficient. Second, the tabling and adoption of a technical tax bill to solve the question of tax measures that have been proposed but have not been included in the legislation. And thirdly, the implementation of a review process to prevent the accumulation of tax measures that are proposed and not adopted. It's also true that the complexity of tax legislation makes this task very difficult. Seniors, young people, and citizens whose first language is neither French or English would like a simpler, more understandable system. A responsible and honest system should not be that complicated. This voluminous bill makes it even more complex. We know that this government is good at introducing these types of omnibus bills. We saw this with C-38 and C-45, the two mammoth bills, earlier this year. But luckily this time, the bill proposes amendments, technical amendments, to a small number of closely connected pieces of legislation, and not various fields such as the environment, accountability, immigration, EI, and what have you. I find it ironic that this government proposes such a lengthy bill when it used to denounce that practice earlier when it was in opposition. During the debate on C-22, an act to amend the Income Tax Act in 2001, my colleague, the member for Calgary Southeast, said, and I quote, "I'd say at the outset that this bill before us is a classic example of leaving legislation unsupervised. This bill is 530 pages long. There's no member here, and even less the parliamentary secretary who's just spoken or the minister he represents, have read or will read this bill. This is a text that has an enormous impact on the lives of Canadians through the Income Tax Act, and it has coercive measures. 500 pages to amend a 1,300-page bill," unquote. The same can be said about C-48, since it has double the number of pages of C-22. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Canadians deserve that their parliamentarians who represent them make sensible decisions when it comes to taxation and spending. They demand accountability. When we see situations where the parliamentary budget officer must take the government to court in order to get information about public spending and the nature of cutbacks to services Canadians need, I think that citizens have a right to ask questions and admit they no longer trust this government. A responsible government that respects Canadians should be accountable and be transparent. In my opinion, that should be the least they can expect. Since the beginning of my mandate, citizens in my riding of Alfred-Bellan have been contacting me every day to express their mistrust of this government. They're worried about the lack of transparency, and in my opinion, they're quite right. But I am glad that this long overdue bill has now been tabled. It includes amendments to the tax system over a number of years, over more than a decade, in fact. I'd like to say that the people of Alfred-Bellan often contact me about omnibus bills. I recently got correspondence from a number of them about these omnibus bills, and I think it's a good idea to explain that to this House. People do follow what's going on in Parliament, and it's important to listen to them. Let me quote some of my constituents in Alfred-Bellan. First of all, I have a Mr. Nadeau who says the Conservatives are leaving the country for their own members, and he is against these mammoth bills tabled by the Conservatives. In his opinion, they try to have all their ideas passed in one block. It's a very bad idea. I have a Mr. Préjean who says serious protest is not possible, and this is such an important thing. This way of doing things allows this government to pull a fast one on the Canadian people. I'd say that it's not pulling a fast one or a ricochet. It's not a ricochet. It's really through directly on the people. It ricochets on the opposition. Another Mr. Jeté says that the Conservatives should talk with the opposition about these bills. They are arrogant and egocentric. They said, I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's the truth. I have a Mr. Bergeron, if you'll allow me in closing, who said, it's incredible. In 2012, this government forgets to listen to its own population. So people are not happy that these kinds of bills are being tabled, and I understand them. However, I know how important it is to bring about these amendments when this has been dragging on and on with this government as well as with the Liberals before them. So it's important to address these issues, but you have to be careful. You have to make sure that citizens are able to use this legislation. It's very complex. There's so many amendments in one fell swoop. You have to be careful when bills deal with the taxes and income tax. I'm sure that people in all ridings just want to do their tax return properly. We have to give them the right tools and do this as simply as possible. So I'll close by mentioning, Mr. Speaker, that I believe it's our right as parliamentarians to make sure that Canadians trust their government. They have to trust that they are competent in using public funds. That's not always the case with this government. However, I'm pleased to be part of a team which in 2015 will show that it's possible to have a government that works fairly, efficiently, and transparently. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech and for her coming baby. More seriously, my colleague raised important points about the fact that the current government brings forth these omnibus bills. We know that in this case, yes, these are very technical amendments that involve taxes, and that's important. But the question we have is, why did it take so long? Why did the government not bring in bills that are more regular? We know they're technical. Why did they wait so long? This has an impact on transparency, and I wonder what opinion the public will have of such a bill. So my question to my colleague is this government transparent when it comes to these types of bills? The Honourable Member for Alfred Belland. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Brossard-la-Prairie for his comments, which are very bang on transparency by this Conservative government. Not just that, but we're often told across the floor this is a very responsible government when it comes to the economy and prosperity, but they take so long to implement measures for our tax system, whereas they claim to be the champions of the economy. I find that a bit sad, frankly, but I'm glad it's being done, finally. When it comes to transparency, this is what angers the citizens of Alfred Belland, and I'm sure it's the same in Brossard-la-Prairie. This is something that angers the public, and we are contacted day in, day out by people who are angered by the lack of transparency of this government, especially when it comes to these omnibus bills to pass various budgets. There's a double standard at work here, unfortunately. Despite the fact that I find it a good thing to see these measures tabled, finally, this is an omnibus-type bill, and it's unfortunate to see that the Conservatives are passing this kind of bill again.
Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my NDP colleague, and first of all, I just want to say thank you to the NDP for finally taking this opportunity to think about Canadian taxpayers' pocketbooks, because obviously we disagree on what we should be doing for Canadians. Our government, of course, lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. The NDP voted against that. We've lowered taxes for Canadian families $3,000 since we've been in. We've actually cut taxes over 140 times, but the NDP voted each and every time against that. So I was wondering, now that with their newfound thoughts for Canadians' pocketbooks, we know if we look at their platform, the NDP has promised $65 billion in unfunded tax promises and promises that they would do if they ever had the opportunity to form government. We know that they've got this $21 billion tax, carbon tax, which is huge, but there's still a huge shortfall in income to pay for $65 billion in unfunded promises. So I was wondering, where is the NDP going to be making up the differences? Are they going to, for example, the GST, we've lowered it from, like I said, from 7 to 6 to 5. Are they going to raise that too? Because Canadians would like to know where they're going to come up with that, that difference, that over $40 billion in unfunded promises. Where are they?
Nous avons besoin de temps pour une réponse.
Time for a response. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about choices. And with the last study done by the Department of Finance, according to the budgets presented by the different parties, the most balanced and the most common sense budgets are the ones presented by the NDP. And after that, it's the Conservatives, and then way further back are the Liberals. So budgets are about choices. We can talk about the Conservatives' attacks on EI. We can talk about the hidden taxes that they offload on consumers. We can talk about the fees that they impose on small businesses. We could talk about all kinds of things. But what is interesting today is that we all agree on the principle together. I find that a good thing. We're working together on a bill. And I hope that this work will continue with the study in committee. And I sincerely hope that the Conservatives will listen to the official opposition, who isn't just there to complain, Mr. Speaker. We have fellow citizens who do not agree with the choices of this government, so the Conservatives need to listen to the Canadian public. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question asked by the Parliamentary Secretary of my colleague, on our side, we will always vote against omnibus bills that are direct attacks on the economies of our regions and certain sectors. Because now there could be good measures in omnibus bills, but there are many bad ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to Bill C-48. This is a bill that amends the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, and the Act respecting tax arrangements between the federal government and the provinces, and the Act on the Goods and Services tax. Normally, this is a bill that should not be so voluminous, but since it's been so many years that it has not been done, well, then we can see why it is so voluminous, and it involves amendments to bills that should have been done and that must be done. I would like to commend the decision of the Minister to have finally tabled this bill, given that the last technical bill adopted by this Parliament dates back to 2001. I think that we can say that it is high time. In fall 2009, the Auditor General of the time, Sheila Fraser, said in her report, and I quote, "No income tax technical bill has been passed since 2001. Although the government has said that an annual technical bill of routine housekeeping amendments to the Act is desirable, this has not happened. As a result, the Department of Finance Canada has a backlog of at least 400 technical amendments that have not been enacted, including 250 comfort letters dating back to 1998, recommending changes that have not been legislated." So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, why does the last technical tax bill go back to 2001 if the government realizes that it must table such a bill each year? Perhaps the minister wanted to play with words, as he often does. It is not the first time that such a bill has played with words. Just a few months after he was appointed to his to cabinet, the minister tabled a draft version of a bill seeking to technically amend the tax regime, and I said he presented it, but he didn't adopt it. This bill couldn't be adopted, not because it did not go through all the necessary stages in the House, but because the government chose to throw it all out by proroguing the first session of the 39th Parliament in 2007. The bill was reintroduced, but it must be said, 2 elections and 3 prorogations later, no bill has yet been adopted. It is all very well to recognize that a bill like C-48 must be tabled each year, but it must also be adopted. So let us hope for this bill that the Conservatives are not preparing a new prorogation. Bill C-48 implements some 200 technical amendments to the tax regime over more than a decade, so it is urgent that we adopt it because these tax changes will have a positive impact on income and will discourage tax avoidance, something that we, the New Democrats, have been denouncing for a very long time, unlike the former government. Now, we feel that in the NDP feel that we must fight tax avoidance and tax evasion while preserving the integrity of our tax regime. That is why we'll support the amendments in this bill. It doesn't solve everything. We must do more to fight tax evasion, but such a bill must be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to talk about the volume of this bill, C-48. Over the past year and a half, we have learned that the Conservatives really like to give us a lot of reading material. But it doesn't mean that it's data that we're reading or testimony or scientific studies of exhaustive information. It is simply a lot of bills that stray in all directions, and basically they're omnibus bills. It is not normal that one single bill should amend so many, should make so many amendments to so many bills. At least for once, all the bills involved are closely linked, so I will not accuse the minister this time of sticking everything into a single bill. I just want him to understand that if he had done his work properly each year, we would have adopted a bill like this one that is smaller instead of having to study a brick like this one. Our parliamentary work would thus be much more effective and especially much more transparent, and in addition, we would have had proper administration from this government, and unfortunately we've seen the opposite. The massive scope of this bill thus proves that there is still a lot of work to do to make such technical amendments into legislative measures. If this work is not done, that penalizes the business community and complicates the assessment process that Parliament must undertake. However, I'd like to reassure the minister he is not the only one who should take the blame, because he has tabled similar bills in the past, but it's as if his boss didn't find these bills important enough to be adopted. He just preferred to open, close Parliament unceasingly. So a bill of this scope doesn't have time to get through all the legislative stages. Neither should we forget that the Liberals also had need to bear their share of responsibility. They were in power for the first 5 years that followed the adoption of the last of this type of bill in 2001, and certain comfort letters from the Department of Finance date back to 1998. I'm not an expert in accounting, Mr. Speaker, but 1998 is 15 years ago. So this work has not been done for quite some time, and it is supposed to be done every year. And yet warnings were issued during the Liberal reign as well. Marlene Légaré, who is the former senior leader of the Division of the Sales Tax in the Department of Finance, testified before the Standing Senate Committee on Banking and Trade on September 20th, 2000. She said, to date, the idea was probably to group a number of measures together into a single bill in order to limit the number of bills. But experience has perhaps shown us that it is now time to change our way of doing things. This means that we must table bills that are smaller but more numerous, which would allow their provisions to be implemented in a timely fashion. Therefore, here we are today, 12 years after the adoption of the most recent technical bill. You'll agree, Mr. Speaker, I think, that the concept of smaller bills and more numerous bills do not apply to the current situation. While we are debating this bill, there are another 200 amendments that have been announced in comfort letters that are either about to be ratified by Parliament, that are about to be ratified by Parliament, because, as you know, in Canada, it is Parliament who adopt a bill, who adopts pieces of legislation. Bill C-48 contains a number of positive changes, and I would like to underscore 3 of them that were not announced by the government. First, the withdrawal of certain tax restrictions to help venture capital companies to deal with the problems of transition, further to the elimination of the support program. Secondly, the amendment of the formula to distribute taxable income of air transport companies to ensure that the revenue generated by the taxes of these companies is attributed to provinces and territories where the company is set up. Finally, the implementation of a measure concerning the tax treatment of shares held by short-term residents for the purposes of air transport tax, according to comfort letters dated 2003 and 2007. Mr. Speaker, we can't say that this bill is going in the wrong direction, but I would just like the Minister to remember that in future, we should not have to wait this long to adopt it. I was looking at my notes earlier, Mr. Speaker, and I have something that I'd like to say to complete my speech. Denis Saint-Pierre, who is the chair of the advisory group on budgets and taxes of the Chartered General Accountant Association of Canada. The government must table a tax bill. He should have must table a tax bill because it's been over 11 years that it hasn't been done. The amendments to the Income Tax Act that I showed to the committees last year, if you remember, were moved but were not adopted, which introduced an element of uncertainty and unforeseeability in the process. Secondly, we firmly believe that the introduction of a sunset clause should be inserted into the bill. I think I'm going to have to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, but he continues by saying that it is important for our economy to make these amendments on a yearly basis, or at least on a regular basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to commend my colleague for his speech. Unfortunately, we can see that the Conservatives took a very long time to transpose these technical amendments into legislative measures. In a report presented in 2009, the Auditor General said at the time that the Department of Finance Canada had a backlog of at least 400 technical amendments that had not been enacted. To this end, can my colleague tell us about the actual scope of such a bill? The Honourable Member? Well, the actual scope of such a bill, Mr. Speaker, of this bill C-48, it is important because there are bills that must be amended. But the problem is that while we are talking about this bill, there are already other amendments that are accumulating that have to be made. And we already have one that this bill here contains an unbelievable quantity of amendments. So that's why it has to be done on a regular basis. It's good for our economy. It's important to avoid, or rather to prevent tax evasion. It is very important that this be done in future on a regular basis. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my NDP colleague, and I would like to know very clearly how the NDP will vote on this bill. But in addition, I would like to know if we can count on the NDP for to reduce tax rates for Canadians. Obviously, in the past, the NDP has certainly said that they want the GST to be increased. They haven't voted to support our government, but I think today there could be some more clarity, and perhaps the NDP is ready to say that they will support tax cuts for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Well, the NDP is always for tax relief for Canadians, but what we're talking about here are all Canadians. It is not true that the NDP is going to reduce taxes on big business without asking them to invest in our communities. Tax cuts that large businesses have received were given unconditionally, and they simply kept the money in their coffers, and that is the money of our taxpayers, Canadian taxpayers, that is not reinvested in the economy and so that is an unhealthy management of our economy.
The
Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I know that when we talk about technical amendments to the Income Tax Act and other related acts, it is quite complex, especially when we talk about a bill that contains some 1,000 pages. My question is not really about the number of pages, though, in this bill. It's more about why it took so long for us to get to this bill. We know that when we talk about technical changes, it is not only good to clarify the rule of law with regard to taxes and so on, but it is also to reassure the business community. And therefore, I would like to ask my colleague what does he think of the fact that it took the government so long? Because we're talking about 2001 for the last bill. So the changes in this bill date back over 10 years. What does my colleague think the impact that this will have on certainty and clarity to ensure that people know about the legislation that affects us? The Honourable Member. Well, to date, we have been governed by poor managers, and that has created uncertainty both in the economic sector and among our fellow citizens. Now, if all of a sudden we bring tons and tons of amendments to bills that affect the economy, the transition will be much more difficult than it had been done on a regular basis every year. So we're dealing with poor managers here. They must realize that there are important things that need to be done, and that a bill like this one must be brought forward regularly and not once a decade.
Going to go straight to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honour
Member statements.
Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm excited to return to St. Boniface this afternoon for the start of our world-class winter celebration called Festival du Voyageur. This 10-day Métis and Franco-Manitoban event celebrates the joie de vivre of the voyageur and the fur trade era. The Festival du Voyageur was founded in 1969 by a group of entrepreneurs from St. Boniface and has become one of the premier annual celebrations in my home province of Manitoba. People from around the world come to experience the Métis and Franco-Manitoban history, culture, and dance. Au menu du festival,
on the festival's menu are snow sculptures, French-Canadian music, and Métis games. Being a Métis woman myself, I'm very proud to celebrate our roots with the rest of the country. I would invite everyone to put on their red sashes and to join me with a trip into the past to discover the world of the voyageurs and the fur trade. Thank you so much for the organizers, for participants and volunteers, and miigwech. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the immense honor to give the Jubilee Medal to Michel Fecteau, the founder of SOS Richelieu, and to the 5 mayors along the Richelieu River where there was huge flooding. Ironically, at the same time, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of National Defence said, and I quote,
provinces and territories, but from other departments when the Department of National Defence provide them with a service. Cette déclaration a provoqué.
This statement caused a huge uproar in my riding, which is located in a region which already needed help from the military during the 1998 ice storms. Quebecers will categorically refuse to pay twice through their taxes, first through their municipal and provincial taxes, and then through federal taxes for services they've paid for the military. And this shows again how absurd the position of the Conservative is, how they improvise and then withdraw. They're insensitive to the victims of flooding who have lost everything.
Mr. Speaker, since Canada introduced new ballast water rules in 2006, there have been no new invasive species found in the Great Lakes. By taking a balanced approach, we have established a strong environmental record while helping the economy. I'm glad that the Great Lakes communities have advocated for a balanced approach to protecting our Great Lakes, unlike proposed regulations that the state of New York abandoned last year. Last year, Great Lakes communities in Canada and the United States, from Leamington, Ontario to Oswego, New York, joined St. Catharines in calling for sensible and technologically achievable ballast water regulations. As a member from the Great Lakes community, I call on the governments of Canada and the United States to do what's right, take a balanced approach to helping our communities promote jobs, economic growth, and long-term environmental health of the Great Lakes ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remind Canadians that Pink Shirt Day is Wednesday, February the 27th. Pink Shirt Day started several years ago after a Nova Scotia high school student was bullied for wearing a pink polo shirt. The next day, many of his classmates showed up in school wearing pink shirts to stand up against bullying. The event has grown since then, and last year 6.4 million Canadians took part. We all know that bullying can be a major problem, and unfortunately we know the devastating impact it can have. I would like to acknowledge the wonderful work done in promoting this day on Prince Edward Island by Joe Killorn, son of Dr. Leo Killorn, a man who certainly helped me get my life in order. I'm sure my colleagues in this House will join me and encourage everyone across this country to take a stand against bullying.
Honourable member for Calgary North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we've made gains in Canada in electing more women to all levels of government across our country. However, as new communications media, such as Twitter, change how we talk to each other, and as more women choose to run for office, we must continue to stand vigilant against sexist vitriol that's geared to objectify and belittle women in office. I want to congratulate Ms. Diamond Isinger for her blog project, Madame Premier, the purpose of which is to shed light on these types of comments. I also want to thank my colleagues in this place who have reached across party lines to stand up for one another and for me when this type of language comes to their attention, which sadly still occurs with some frequency. Mr. Speaker, judge us on our policy and judge us on our performance. But on behalf of all of my colleagues, all the women in my life who've supported me in this journey, this one's for you ladies, all the women who have fought for our right to be here, and all the women I certainly hope will follow us to this place, I know that together we will not tolerate those who seek to belittle us based on our gender. Mr. Speaker, we should name it and shame it.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to St. Anthony of Padua Church in Ottawa Centre, whose congregation is celebrating 100 years in 2013. This beautiful church at Booth and Gladstone is a touchstone and a beloved landmark in Little Italy. It has survived 2 fires and it holds a century's worth of memories. St. Anthony's has been at the heart of Ottawa's Italian-Canadian community with numerous parish associations like the Sons of Italy, the Ladies' Aid, and St. Anthony's Soccer Club. And who can forget Father Jerome, who helped so many Italian immigrants settle in Ottawa during their first years in Canada. Congratulations to St. Anthony's clergy and staff, the Servite community, and parishioners. We join you in celebrating 100 years of this proud Ottawa institution, and we look forward to the next 100 years.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to recognize individuals in my riding of Simcoe Grey who have demonstrated true commitment to service and volunteerism, individuals who are receiving the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. This commemorative medal is a way of Canada honouring Her Majesty's 60 years of service, and it serves to honour significant contributions by Canadians. Camille Marie Boucher is a member of the 3rd Canadian Ranger Patrol Group. She's dedicated significant time to First Nations peoples in Northern Ontario. 2nd Lieutenant David Copeland, a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, is a local businessman who spends extensive time with the Royal Canadian Air Cadets, Scouts Canada, and the Alliston's volunteer firefighters. And Honorary Colonel Colonel Hedges has served in various regions around the world and is awarded the Distinguished Polar Medal. He's a physician in Northern Ontario and the Northwest Territories, and he currently is a member of the Honour Guard of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters. These select individuals are a true testament to the service and dedication that is represented by Her Majesty. They have given so much to Simcoe Grey and to our country. I want to congratulate them on this tremendous honour.
The honourable member for Delta Richmond East.
Restoring the confidence of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in our criminal justice system continues to be an ongoing priority for this government. Ever since we were first elected in 2006, the government has passed over 30 measures aimed at keeping our streets and communities safe. This includes ending early parole for murderers, tougher penalties for impaired driving, raising the age of consent, and eliminating the use of house arrest for serious crimes such as sexual assault and kidnapping. According to the Department of Justice, between 1994 and 2004, the number of review board admissions increased by 50%. This is partly why we have introduced the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act. We are acting to ensure that public safety is given paramount consideration. Canadians and victims have expressed significant concerns that such individuals could be released back into the community. We are taking action to ensure that public safety comes first. We will continue acting to strengthen Canada's justice system. I hope that just for once we can count on the support of the opposition parties in our efforts to stand up for victims and all law-abiding Canadians.
Excellent. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House to bring to all members' attention the celebration of Lunar New Year by millions of Canadians. Among these, I want to pay particular tribute to Canadians of Chinese and Vietnamese descent, for whom this time of year is especially meaningful. Chinese New Year and Vietnamese Tet represent more than 4,000 years of history. They are the grandest and most important festivals in these cultures. They are times of worship and gratitude, remembering ancestors and honoring family, and wishing good fortune, new beginnings, and hope for the future. This is the year of the snake. The snake symbolizes intelligence, capability, calmness, astuteness, and wealth. As we wish these qualities for every Canadian, let us also hope that they may characterize our deliberations in this House. I want to thank all those who celebrate Lunar New Year for sharing this wonderful festival with all Canadians. Your gifts of culture enrich our nation.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rock on. This weekend, Kingston, Ontario's K-Rock Centre will be host to a different kind of rock as Canada's best women curlers compete at the National Curling Championships, better known as the Scottish Tournament of Hearts. I know Canadians from all across this country will be watching as defending champion Heather Nettleham's team face challenges from the likes of Manitoba's Jennifer Jones, Nova Scotia's Colleen Jones, and from my own home province of Ontario, one of the top young, exciting teams in the tournament, skipped by Rachel Homan, who continue and hope to follow their own success, following an undefeated roll through the Ontario Women's Championship last month. Mr. Speaker, it won't take long for Team Ontario to show that Homan is where the heart is, as they hurry hard to victory. But of course, I know all of us here in this House wish all the teams from across the country the best of luck. And we know that whoever wins the Scotties will represent us all well at the 2013 Worlds in Latvia.
The honourable member for Alfred-Pellan. Even though women represent 50% of the population, their participation within our political institutions is often marginal. For example, in federal parliament, only 76 women were elected in 2011 out of 306 members of parliament. The Laval Roundtable on the status of women studied this matter. Do women have a place in politics? Can they really change the world? These inspiring women debated these matters, and I say yes to their questions in Laval. They are wonderful examples of influential women who are passionate about their community. The Roundtable decided to lift the veil on political life for women by providing them with training, and I've met some of the participants of the program. I recently learned that several of these women decided to run in the next municipal election. I can only wish them the best of luck, because regardless of the level of politics, there must be more women. Thank you to the Roundtable to have lit a spark under these women, and as Eleanor Roosevelt said, the future believes in those who believe in the beauty of their dreams.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, today marks the 48th anniversary of Canada's national flag, our distinctive red and white maple leaf. On this day in 1965, it was raised over Parliament Hill and in hundreds of communities across Canada. Our flag and all it represents is cherished by Canadians and admired by people in every corner of the world as a symbol of freedom, democracy, and human rights. The national flag of Canada today provides us with a unique opportunity to reflect on what it means to be Canadian and to acknowledge the people, accomplishments, history, institutions, and value that have helped shape our national identity. As we approach Canada's 150th birthday in 2017, let us continue to celebrate all the things that make Canada a united, strong, and free country, the country we enjoy living in today. I encourage Canadians to join together to celebrate this treasured national symbol on National Flag Day today and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
1964, Prime Minister Pearson and Opposition Leader Diefenbaker agreed on the creation of a special committee on the flag. On October 29th, the committee tabled a report with a recommended option. A lengthy and vigorous debate ensued. At 2:15 a.m. on December 15th, a free vote was held in this House. 163 for, 78 against. Royal proclamation was given on January 28, 1965, and on February 15, 1965, 48 years ago today, our beautiful flag was first raised over Parliament Hill and across the country. Prime Minister Pearson firmly believed that the adoption of a new flag would strengthen national unity. He was right. We love our flag and proudly fly it in front of our homes, schools, community centres, hospitals, government offices, and just about everywhere. One of the members of the multi-party parliamentary committee on the flag was John Ross Matheson, a former Liberal member of this House. Mr. Matheson is now 95 and lives in Kingston, Ontario. To him and all those involved in giving us such a powerful and respected symbol, thank you.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to Canadians in 2006. We promised to lower taxes, and that's exactly what we've done. We lowered the GST by 2% and introduced countless tax credits. Thanks to our measures, Canadian families now have $3,000 more in their pockets each and every year. Our government will continue with our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. We will continue to deliver on our promises and ensure Canadians keep more of their own money. In contrast, the NDP leader made a promise in his platform to impose a carbon tax that would generate billions. A carbon tax that would raise the price on everything Canadian families pay for. We delivered on our promise to keep taxes low. Would the NDP deliver on theirs and implement a hefty carbon tax that would cost Canadians billions, hurt families, and damage the economy?
Shame.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, when the former Reform Party members look in the mirror and think of Liberals, they must feel terrible. Years ago, they claimed that things had to change in Ottawa. There were too many partisan appointments and the Liberal entitlement culture and their aversion to the Senate. The Senate was too expensive, is what they said. It's a relic of the 19th century, is what the current Prime Minister said, who at the time seemingly still had principles. Unfortunately, years later, it seems their principles have evaporated, and now they are defending Senator Wallin and her outrageous expense claims made on the backs of taxpayers. Senators certainly have residency issues, and it's not surprising that Senator Hugh Segal is calling for a referendum on the future of the Senate, because the Senate has no legitimacy. With the NDP, our position is clear. We want to abolish the Senate, and contrary to the Conservatives, we will keep our promise.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP is full of contradictions. The leader of the NDP says he supports Western Canadians, but then he turns around and calls the industries that they work in a disease. Wow. The NDP claim to support trade, but they've opposed every single free trade deal brought forward by our government. And, Mr. Speaker, they even sent an anti-trade mission to Washington to advocate against Canadian jobs. Yesterday, they tried to claim that they were standing up for Canadian taxpayers, but the NDP has a plan to impose a new $20 billion carbon tax on everything. The NDP leader's new job-killing carbon tax will raise the price of gas, groceries, and electricity. Mr. Speaker, this new NDP leader's job-killing carbon tax will kill jobs and stall the economy. Our government will stand up against the NDP leader's job-killing tax, and we will continue to lower taxes for all Canadians. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment said for the nth time in 7 years that the regulation on greenhouse gas emissions for the oil sector would soon be announced. In 2011, the Conservatives had made the same promises. It's therefore not surprising that Canadians and our most important trading partner, the U.S., doubt the true intentions of the Conservative governments in the fight against climate change. When exactly will the regulations be in force, and how much will it cost companies to comply? Mr. Speaker, we already put it on the table, and we've already seen the reform. These are policies by our government to combat this worldwide problem. What we're against is the NDP proposal for a carbon tax costing $21 billion, which is in the NDP platform in black and white. We are against that. Our reform, our policies have led to success stories. Today, we have announced more measures to combat greenhouse gases, and we will succeed. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. By promising but not delivering the goods, people are losing trust. Mr. Speaker, the recent economic data from the manufacturing sector are extremely worrisome. A decline of 3.1% in this sector is being reported. This will cause downward pressure on our GDP. 82% of companies are reporting a drop in sales. That's $1.5 billion lost in a month. This is the most significant decline since the 2009 recession. When will we see a growth plan for all sectors of the economy? The Honourable Minister, Canadian Heritage. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, we already have real investments, real policies. So here is what someone said. Manufacturers and exporters of Canada say the government policies on technology, training, trade, and processing are very significant to prepare the growth of high-tech manufacturing in Canada. We have programs on the table. We have success stories. We are creating jobs across the country. And that's because we're ignoring the proposals of the NDP that will combat the growth of our economy.
Well, the results, Mr. Speaker, are 300,000 more Canadians looking for work. Canadians deserve better than that, Mr. Speaker. Now, this government has been repeatedly warned that failing to protect the environment will have economic costs. And now it's being challenged by our closest ally to take action on climate change. Now, how many jobs will Canadians miss out on while Conservatives get their act together? How many countries will shut their doors to our resources because of this government's irresponsible policies? When will the Conservatives stop stalling, defend the Canadian interest, and take real, effective action on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, we have taken action on climate change, and as a matter of fact, we are already halfway towards our goal to reduce emissions by 17% for 2020. The action is before us, and as a matter of fact, the Commissioner on the Environment made very clear testimony about the fact that he has confidence in our government's approach. What Canadians don't have confidence in, of course, though, is the NDP way. And we know what the NDP way is, which is to tax and to regulate into the ground industries and whole economies of this country. We know that the leader of the NDP thinks that Alberta's energy sector is a disease in the country. We know that the NDP supports a carbon tax. We will continue to fight them and stand up for the environment at the same time.
Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, the NDP way is to get the job done, Mr. Speaker. What they've done against the environment, they're doing against manufacturing. This government has been the worst government in our nation's history for loss of manufacturing jobs. They've lost 500,000 family-sustaining jobs on their watch. The latest figures are even worse, a 3.1% further decline in manufacturing sales, and that's the largest decline since May 2009. So will they start fixing what they've broken? Will they change their policies in the next budget to get back the manufacturing jobs they've lost?
The Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Look, what we will do in our budget is what we've done in our previous budgets, of course, which have seen success for the Canadian economy. I don't know where he gets his job numbers from, but the truth is, through Stats Canada, of course, is that the Canadian economy has created 900,000 net new jobs since the worst part of the recession. Our plan is working, and when he talks about the manufacturing sector, here's what the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association has said. The government's policies with respect to taxes, Technology, trade, training, and transformation are extremely important in setting the stage for growth of advanced manufacturing industries in Canada. They're the experts. They agree with us. They don't know what they're talking about.
For Burnaby, New Westminster. Canadians know what they're talking about. While they're losing their jobs, the Conservative never-ending gravy train in the Senate is continuing. Now, after Senator Duffy, Senator Wallen, now Senator Patterson of Nunavut can't say where he lives. He calls it a complex matter with many facets. It's not complicated. He's required to live in Nunavut. Yet he claimed a homeowner's grant for BC residents. It's a simple question of disclosure, Mr. Speaker. Will the government now demand the disclosure of already completed audits into the expenses of Senator Wallen, Senator Duffy, and other senators?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Patterson is a former territorial premier. He's a former MLA for Iqaluit. He, in fact, was involved in a 20-year fight in order to create the territory of Nunavut. Northerners know that he's a Northerner. He has a residence in the territory. He has fought long and hard, indeed, for the people of the North. He always has. But you know, what's really laughable is not just this attack on Senator Patterson, but also, frankly, the NDP's approach to Senate reform, which is to express a sentiment but to have no plan whatsoever. They've never tabled reforms before the House. They've opposed all of our reforms. They don't even run candidates in Senate elections when we hold them in Alberta, and now they pretend to actually have a plan. It is truly laughable.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, the poor management of the economy by the Conservatives has real consequences for all Canadians, be it the closure of immigration offices or Service Canada offices or unacceptable waiting times with the CRA. Canadians are all at a disadvantage because of these Conservative decisions. We now find out that rural post offices may close as well. More Canadians who will be paying the price. Why should so many people suffer because of the government's financial mismanagement? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. All Canadians want the economy to be our top priority. That is why, for 18 months ago, Canadians elected us to a majority, and our top priority has been the economy. 900,000 net new jobs since the worst of the recession, and we want that so that we can afford services for Canadians. So that's why we will continue to prioritize lower taxes and the economy in our next budget so that we can have the strong economy we need for the services we need in our regions. The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Rural post offices. So whether it's the closing of immigration offices, Service Canada offices, or unacceptable wait times people face to try and talk to somebody on the phone at Revenue Canada, Canadians are being punished by Conservative economic mismanagement. We now learn that rural post offices in communities like Bayfield, New Brunswick, which I represent, the minister would know it well, it's close to the Confederation Bridge, which goes from New Brunswick to Prince Edward Island. These post offices are now threatened by further cuts from the Conservative government. Will the minister stand up and say that they'll maintain Jean Chrétien's moratorium of 1994?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, we, of course, understand the importance of having a strong economy is so that we can have those essential services on which Canadians do rely. But, of course, there are two important pieces of information here that my colleague is neglecting to mention in the House. First of all is that usage of the post offices is down by 20% just in the very recent years. And on top of that, Canada Post just last year lost $250 million. So these are services that there's a differing relationship between Canadians and the service over time. We want to make sure the service is there for Canadians when and where they need it. But we also do want to make sure that service is done in a way that is reflective of the needs of the regions and is maintained at a level that is, of course, corresponding to demand.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
While we're hearing from the Minister, the government's favourite line, Mr. Speaker, blame somebody else. The fact of the matter is Canada Post is taking its lead from the government. It's piling up debt, running deficits, and now cutting services. Instead of ministerial spin, will the minister just admit that the government is discussing closing rural post office? Will the post office be in Hunter River? Will it be in Cavendish, the alleged address of Senator Duffy? Or maybe will the one that be cut be in Bonja? Why should Canadians who depend on Canada Post pay for the financial incompetence of this government with closed rural post offices?
Well, Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only incompetence that is present is the logic behind that question. Our government is committed to universal, effective, and economically viable postal services for all Canadians. That's why we introduced the new Canadian Postal Service Charter, and we are protecting rural mail delivery by banning closure of rural post offices.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was asked directly whether the government had been asked to extend the C-17 deployment in Mali. He replied, and I quote, "Not at this time." Then yesterday, the Minister of Defence told reporters that, in fact, Canada received such a request, quote, a few days ago. Not consulting properly before announcing decisions is a worrying tendency of this government. So, very simple question, Mr. Speaker. Why did the minister fail to inform the committee about this request?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in response to direct request from the French government, Canada has provided heavy lift aircraft, and we have extended this support until March the 15th, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary hearings have been taking place where some witnesses have suggested that there be Canadian combat mission. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, that this government is not considering combat mission, and neither will it train Malian forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we're just asking for a little communication on this side. Mr. Speaker, over 70,000 people have been killed in the Syrian war. 400,000 are living in refugee camps. As war rages, Syrian Canadians have asked the Minister of Immigration for a meeting hundreds of times, but the minister has stonewalled them. None of us in this House would want our families left in these conditions. Simple request, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister meet with representatives from the Syrian Canadian community?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think you have to look too far down the schedule and the list that this Minister of Immigration has committed to on a weekly basis. Every single weekend he is out and around this entire country to meet with communities from all ends of this country. And if a meeting is required and it needs to happen, there is no other minister that's prepared to sit down to listen and to work with those that are in need and, in fact, need to sit down with him.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Syria is worsening day by day. Many Syrians have even risked their lives to flee Syria and are now spending the winter in overpopulated refugee camps. Canadians of Syrian origin are worried about family members stuck in this conflict. The government agreed to fast-track family reunification for Syrians weeks ago. Why haven't we seen concrete action on this file?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, if we're going to talk about the file in respect to immigration, you look at Bill C-31 in terms of reforming the refugee reforms in this country. When you look at Bill C-43, fast removal of foreign criminals, when you look at the work that has been done within this ministry time and time again, get backlogs down to ensure that those that have high skills that need to work in this country and are going to get here on a much faster basis. All of those backlogs down, Mr. Speaker. We are doing what's right for the Canadian economy in terms of how we're focused on immigration, and we're going to continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are trying to minimize the Senate spending scandal affair, but the $350,000 for travel expenses by Senator Wallin would be enough to pay for old age pensions for about 50 seniors. Of the entire group of non-elected and illegitimate senators, she's the one who wastes the most money for travel between her pseudo-residence and Ottawa. Will the Conservatives defend the $25,000 that she took from the public to campaign in 2011? You know what you are? You're just a bunch of liberals.
Leader.
pleased to talk about the elections because we have a bill to have elections to choose senators. But unfortunately, the NDP wants to oppose that plan at every opportunity. They want to stop our plan to democratize the Senate, and I'm asking the NDP whether they are serious about the reform and support our bill to truly reform the Senate. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The Conservatives continue to defend their senator friends and their indecent privileges. We in the NDP will continue to defend Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the situation is so serious that even a Conservative senator is asking for a referendum on the future of the Senate. Senator Siegel says that the Senate has too much power and no legitimacy. So it's difficult not to agree with the NDP when you see repeated abuse. So, Mr. Speaker, what will the government do to put an end to the annual waste of $90 million?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member says the NDP is on the side of Canadians. They won't even let Canadians have a say in who represents them in the Senate. We have legislation before this House that they've opposed at every opportunity to let Canadians pick who represents them in the Senate, yet the NDP has ensured that that does not pass and does not get adopted. I call on the NDP, if they're serious about respecting Canadians, if they're serious about reforms, if they're serious about seeing a better Senate, support our reform proposals to democratize and deliver a truly accountable Senate, one that Canadians choose.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, once again, they continue to defend their privileged friends in the Senate. We will continue to defend all Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, Conservative senators were categorical. There was no way they would make public the reports on the exaggerated spending by certain members of the upper chamber. But now, to save the situation, they finally changed their minds. Will the government make sure that the Senate tables all past reports on spending abuse, especially those concerning Senator Wallin?
Mr. Speaker, the government expects that the reviews that are being taken place and the audits, the results will, of course, be disclosed publicly. But the question is why the NDP stands here and postures that they're defending Canadians when they don't even trust Canadians to have a say in who represents them in the Senate. They have a bogus plan they know they can't pass. The last time they had an opportunity, when they were in coalition discussions, they were planning who to appoint to the Senate. We've been appointing people who have been elected. We've got legislation to get more people elected to the Senate, to give Canadians a say in who represents them, to deliver a truly accountable Senate, but the NDP stands against it every step of the way.
Honourable member for Pontiac. While the Conservatives defend the privileges of their unelected and irresponsible senators, we in the NDP are defending the taxpayer. The most recent senator to have abused the system is Senator Patterson, who's supposed to represent Nunavut. But according to media reports, he lives in Vancouver. He explained the situation by saying, and I quote, "This is a complicated affair with many facets." Did the Conservatives know that the senator did not live in Nunavut? And will they make public the past reports on spending reviews for the senators? A little bit of accountability and transparency, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Apparently, the NDP doesn't know too much about Nunavut, because if they did, they would know that Senator Patterson is actually a former territorial premier, that he fought to establish the creation of Nunavut, that he represented as an MLA the constituency of Iqaluit, and that he has a residence in Iqaluit. This is what they think is unacceptable. What we think is unacceptable is the NDP effort to resist reform that will deliver a truly democratized and accountable and reformed Senate. They resisted every step of the way. They should instead support our reasonable, practical reforms to let Canadians choose who is representing them in the Senate so that they are truly accountable to Canadians.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, to quote Senator Hugh Segal, the reason you get collective judgment about all senators is because the body itself does not have core legitimacy. 4 out of 5 senators under investigation were appointed by this Prime Minister. 4 out of 5 dentists will tell you that rinsing won't get that bad taste out of your mouth. Now, why are Conservatives defending a $90 million institution that even senators are calling illegitimate? And when will they get our money back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
There is right now only one proposal before this House of Commons to reform the Senate. In fact, in the last 3 parliaments, there has only been one proposal, a proposal coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. The NDP has simply resisted that effort to democratize the Senate every step of the way. If they want to know why we have an unelected Senate that is not as accountable as it should be, they are the reasons, because they have blocked an elected Senate, they have blocked an accountable Senate.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, the Prime Minister has appointed more senators than Brian Mulroney. That's their record. Now, I guess Senator Dennis Patterson forgot to read Mike Duffy's book, Quick Exit to Kitchens for Dummies, because he got cornered in a room with no exits. When asked point blank, where do you live? He replied, and I quote, "It's a complex matter with many facets." Yes, Mr. Speaker, a complex matter with many facets. So how many more complex senators is the Prime Minister hiding, and when will he get our money back?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the track record of this Prime Minister is clear. Where every opportunity has presented itself, he has appointed a senator elected by Canadians. Senator Brown, Senator Unger, most recently Senator Black from Alberta. In every case where that's happened, we have taken action, and we've taken action with a real plan to reform the Senate, to allow Canadians to have a say. The NDP doesn't think Canadians are mature enough to have a say in who represents them in the Senate. That's why the NDP doesn't trust Canadians to do that. That's why they have opposed Senate reform legislation every step of the way. It's time for them to get serious. If they want to see reform, support our legislation.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, DFO's new rules on muscling science and restricting the release of information has sent shockwaves throughout the country. Now the Conservatives are trying to silence American scientists as well on the Joint Arctic Project in the north. DFO's new publication procedures are on an unprecedented measure of political control on information. This is unacceptable. When will this government learn that muscling science and information is an absolute shameful action that will cost this country a lot of harm?
That's right. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fisheries and Oceans is a science-based department, and our scientists give thousands of interviews a year and publish hundreds of papers, some of those in partnership with other non-DFO scientists. We understand that regional officials at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans advise scientists to seek approval before allowing external partners to publish articles that may include government intellectual property. That was done without political direction or the knowledge of the minister.
Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, for the scientists that are left at DFO after this government's fire sale, morale is at rock bottom. The department is in tatters, and stress and uncertainty are far too common. The timeline to implement the Destructive Fisheries Act changes keep getting pushed back because the staff are simply not equipped to deal with the government's agenda. Will this government finally learn its lesson and reverse this destructive agenda?
Good question. Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, we won't, because the common sense changes that we're making to the Fisheries Act allow us to focus on commercial, Aboriginal and recreational fishers in a way that the previous government wasn't able to do. And we're continuing on that path.
The member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
That's not true, Mr. Speaker. It's all about big business for this particular government. Let's take a look at the turbot fishery. Last year, the turbot fishery was overfished by up to 60%. The major culprits, of course, were foreign overfishing. Now you've got a situation where sources now say that an agreement has been worked out between Ocean Choice International and a Japanese company, allowing them an international quota to be fished inside the 200-mile limit in 3K, which really affects the smaller independent fishermen. Why is this government favoring big business over the smaller independent fishermen in 3K?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, none of that is true, and I'll be happy to relay those those comments to the Minister, but this member will know that the changes that Canada has made to NAFO, for example, have have strengthened our ability to combat overfishing, and we're continuing to work in that area and are pleased with the results that we've seen.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda-Fuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week at the ongoing inquest into the tragic death of Ashley Smith, correctional officers testified they were given orders from upper management not to intervene in Ashley's self-harm incidents because, quote, there were too many use of force reports being filed. Mr. Speaker, since Corrections Canada ordered a policy change in July 2001, what has the Minister of Public Safety done to make sure the necessary changes have actually been implemented so that incidents like the death of Ashley Smith will never happen again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. We are all very concerned, very saddened, and we never want to see what happened to Ashley Smith happen again. We're in agreement with that. That's why our government, Mr. Speaker, has introduced and led, Correctional Services Canada has led the way in many of the changes that they've made. We've ensured faster mental health screening. We've created a mental health strategy for prisoners. We've extended mental psychological counselling, and, Mr. Speaker, we have improved staff training. Certainly there's more to do, and we want to keep working on this, Mr. Speaker, together, but we have addressed the problem. We'll continue to address this.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives intend to do absolutely nothing to prevent further tragedies like that of Ashley Smith. Mr. Speaker, major changes are required within the RCMP to solve the problem of harassment and intimidation. Yesterday, the report published by the Complaints Commission confirmed the need for an independent and more transparent process that both the RCMP members and the public can trust. Will the Minister follow up on the recommendations of zero tolerance issued by the Commission in order to ensure a safer and fair workplace for all? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That honourable member is incorrect. We are all very concerned with what happened to Ashley Smith, and I actually think it's despicable that she would have just made that comment. We never want to see that happen again. In regards to the report that she just mentioned, the report came out yesterday from the Commissioner for Public Complaints, the Independent Commission. We appreciate that report. I think it's good to note that this report shows there is not systemic harassment issues within the RCMP, but any kind of harassment or bullying would never be tolerated, should not be tolerated within the RCMP. That's why we call on the opposition to support Bill C-42, which brings greater accountability and a process whereby the RCMP can deal with these kinds of issues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, on February the 11th, I asked the Fisheries Minister a question about silencing scientists. He told me, quote, there has been no change in DFO policy with regard to scientists. Now we learn that managers at DFO, in fact, emailed scientists on January the 29th, warning them to keep their mouths shut unless they had approval from DFO. Muzzling scientists is wrong. So is trying to mislead this House. So I want to ask the Minister, Mr. Speaker, do the right thing, let scientists tell the truth to Canadians, and apologize to this House.
Bravo. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, DFO is a science-based department, and they engage in science, and some of that in partnership with other non-DFO scientists. And what happened in that case is that regional officials at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans advised scientists to seek approval before allowing external partners to publish articles that may include government intellectual property, and this was done without the Minister's knowledge.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Conservative attempts to muzzle scientists are so unacceptable that scientists from abroad now refuse to work with Canada. U.S. researchers who worked with us in the Arctic since 2003 are now forced to accept these new bizarre policies that prevent them from publishing their research without approval from the department. And they have refused this type of censorship, and rightfully so. When will the Conservatives stop hiding facts that bother them and allow scientific discoveries to speak for themselves? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're pleased that the fact that DFO, as just one of our science-based departments, publishes hundreds of papers and gives thousands of interviews and lectures around the country. In this case, as I've mentioned, when we partner with external scientists, then we need to make sure what the rules are with respect to the intellectual property that is the property of the Crown.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a smog of policy misinformation coming from the other side of the House. After travelling to Washington to push the NDP's job-killing policies, the member for Halifax had the gall to stand up in this House and ask what we are doing to reduce emissions and protect the environment. They continue to deny their $21 billion carbon tax despite all evidence to the contrary. And I would ask, Mr. Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment update us on the progress our government is making?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Brandon Souris for this very relevant and important question on this Friday here today. Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, greenhouse gas emissions rose by 30%, and under the NDP, I'm fairly certain that unemployment and tax rates would follow the same type of curve. Today, our government will table the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy report, and it shows that our government is getting the job done when it comes to balancing environmental policy with economic growth. Air quality in Canada is among the best in the world. Our Great Lakes are on their way to being restored, and greenhouse gas emissions are being reduced. We're making clear progress on environmental sustainability, while the NDP and Liberals continue to blow hot air.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, 3 months after the tabling of the Emerson report on the aerospace industry, the Conservatives are still sitting idly by. Even though we know that the sector is losing ground in this country, the Conservatives are doing nothing to establish a long-term development strategy. And yet the aerospace sector represents 66,000 direct and indirect jobs. That is world-renowned expertise, one of the flagships of our country. So what concrete measures will the Minister of Industry put forward to respect the recommendations of the Emerson report and help the aerospace sector? Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, if we commissioned a report from Mr. Emerson, well, obviously it's to ensure that Canada can position itself and remain a leader on the world stage. We're the 5th largest manufacturer in aerospace sector. We have a tax framework that is supportive, and we have a number of other initiatives. So, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the NDP to start working with us, to give up on absurd ideas like a 21 billion carbon tax that would kill the aerospace sector, that would kill manufacturing in general, and that would have grave impacts for Canadians. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it is sometimes difficult to tell what the Conservatives if they're saying is true or false. According to Service Canada guidelines, turning down a job can cause people to be refused their EI benefits. There are 3 categories of refusal, including not taking advantage of a job opportunity. In this can include moving to another area or pregnancy. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain how a pregnancy can lead to someone being refused EI benefits? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, there are several forms of employment insurance provided by this program, including benefits for new mothers and for fathers as well. These are parental benefits. Mr. Speaker, if there is no employment in a given region, I can assure that EI will be there for people as it always has been. The Honourable Member from Montmorency, Haute-Charlebois, Haute-Côte-Nord. Conservatives are not content with gutting EI, and now they're directly attacking workers in seasonal industries. Service Canada guidelines force these workers to accept any old job under any old condition, even that means giving up their seasonal work. And if they refuse, their benefits are cut. So this could mean an exodus of specialized manpower. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister finally admit that her reform is a disaster for both workers but also for the economy of our regions? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Come on, we want to help workers who work full-time and those who work in seasonal industries to help to find other work. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that if there is no employment in their area of expertise or in their region, employment insurance will continue to be there for them. The Honourable Member for Beaumont-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only do the Conservatives want to take us back to the past and not help us? But with the employment insurance reform, pregnant women will be encouraged to lie to potential employers or be refused a job and lose their benefits. Not only do the Conservatives want to reopen the abortion debate, they also want women to stay home, just like in the good old days. This is not only discriminatory, Mr. Speaker, it's despicable. Will the Conservatives admit once and for all that there is nothing good in this reform?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, there was nothing good in that question because it just simply wasn't true. Mr. Speaker, there are always parental benefits for workers. And, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is helping people to find work so that they will be better off working than not. But Mr. Speaker, if there is no employment in their area of expertise or region, the EI will be there for them as it always has. Mr. Speaker, the industry minister made some comments that could lead people to believe that the Canadian Development Bank had already invested $10 million in an organization for Quebec cooperatives, but the agents of this bank say that that's not true because the mandate of the bank right now does not allow them to invest in such a fund. In a report, an amendment has already been proposed to the mandate of the bank. The agents of the bank would like to see this amendment to the mandate, and co-ops in the country would like that as well. So when will the amendment of this bank happen? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is raising the issue of cooperatives, and we recognize that that is a driving force for the economy in our country. We repatriated the cooperative branch within the Department of Industry. As for the Development Bank of Canada, we know that it has been instrumental in helping out in the financial crisis, and there are funds there both for the cooperatives and for technology, and the bank is being reviewed as it should be. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, more and more stories. I was talking about the mandate of the bank. Their mandate was supposed to be revised in 2010 by law. Now, I think the review began in July 2010, but Section 36 of the Act says that the Minister must report to this House within the year following the beginning of the review. That was July 2010. Now it's February 2013. It's over 2 years. Why doesn't the Minister respect the deadlines under the law? Why doesn't he respect Canadian legislation? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, there were a great deal of reforms and measures that were announced over past months. We know that Canada is one of the best performers, economically speaking. We were the last to enter recession. We were the first to emerge. Over 900,000 net new jobs have been created since the recession. The Development Bank has played an important role in that. Honourable Member for Laval. Canada lags well behind the United States and Europe concerning the protection of airline passengers from mistreatment and bad practices on the part of airline companies. Bill C-459 seeks to ensure that Canadian families who are going on vacation will not be ruined by the bad practices of airline companies. The Conservative colleagues said that they would vote against this bill. Why? Why are the Conservatives turning their backs on Canadian travelers? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we support a competitive system that serves the interests of passengers. We support a system that gives passengers the choice among different airline companies so that they can get the best quality of service possible and good prices at the same time. What the NDP is proposing is a gigantic group of regulations that would complicate things for the industry and for passengers. And I would add that the that gas prices are also an important issue in this industry, so a carbon tax would also harm passengers.
Mr. Speaker, workers at the St. John's Airport have been on strike for almost 6 months. They just won their case at the Labour Board, proving they are bargaining in good faith, and now they want their employer back at the bargaining table. With the Minister of Labour attending a management luncheon in St. John's today, will she be interfering in yet another labour dispute by crossing a picket line at the St. John's Airport, or will she do the responsible thing and respect this legal strike at this critical time?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I think that both myself and the Minister has been disappointed that we haven't found an opportunity for these two parties to be able to come together. That being said, the Minister continues to monitor the circumstances, and the federal mediator remains involved in assisting both parties on coming to a reasonable solution. We encourage both parties to work together to come to an accommodation in the best interests of Canadians and the Canadian economy.
Well, member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to standing up for small business, especially in their dealings with credit card companies. That's why we introduced a code of conduct to ensure that small business and other merchants are treated fairly, and the same goes for their customers. While the NDP voted against the code, we've continued to work with small business and retailers to make sure that their voice is heard. Can the Minister of State for Finance tell this House how the code continues to respond to the needs of small business? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for this question. Our government released new guidance to better protect small businesses from unfair trading practices when it comes to credit cards for merchant fees. We are committed to making this code flexible and responsive to the needs of small businesses. In fact, let me read a quote from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business as they applaud this move. Going forward, this is going to be a huge change. This savings for businesses is going to be massive. But shamefully, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against the code. I'm not sure what they were thinking when they were opposing small businessmen.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Defence strangely claimed that he stood up for veterans against their own lawyers. Was he standing up for veterans when more than 5 years ago he refused to even negotiate for them? Was he standing up for veterans when he argued all the way to the Supreme Court that they shouldn't even have the right to bring their case forward? Was he standing up for veterans when he fought them in the federal court to deny their pensions and failed? When the minister said he was standing up for veterans, did he really mean he was standing up to them?
That's it. The Honourable Minister of State.
Yes, as the Minister was here yesterday, as soon as the court decision was rendered, our government took action. In January, the government announced an $887 million agreement had been reached with the Veterans Council, and that, anyone can agree is a tremendous assistance to the veterans and their families. The government believes that legal fees of $66 million or $13,000 an hour is grossly excessive. We'd rather have the money go to the veterans and their families.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that the Conservatives have decided to shelve their bad online surveillance bill, C-30, we're wondering if their controversial measures are going to be incorporated into another bill. Bill C-12 contains hidden measures that would allow the government to obtain personal information with no judicial supervision. If they're really serious about giving up on their online surveillance projects, why don't they withdraw Bill C-12 as well? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-12 seeks to increase the protection of personal information for consumers. What we're trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is to give confidence to consumers to engage in online retail. And we really want to pass these measures quickly, so if the NDP wants to do that too, we'll be happy to go forward with this bill.
The Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the rogue state in North Korea has continued its provocative actions. They are truly a threat to international peace and security. And now we have credible reports that over 200,000 North Koreans are being held in political prison camps. Mr. Speaker, there is no freedom in North Korea. can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Affairs please inform us whether Canada will support an international investigation into human rights abuses in North Korea?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in North Korea is appalling. Canada has raised concerns at the United Nations about the deplorable human rights situation in North Korea. We have imposed sanctions and a controlled engagement policy. Some have called for a commission of inquiry. Canada will work with our allies to support any work that will shine light on the abuses in North Korea and bring international pressure on this regime to give its citizens the right it deserves. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State, who is responsible for Canada Post, was quite the comedian yesterday with his email jokes, but he did not deny that home mail delivery could be reduced from 5 days to 3. And that is in addition to several closings of postal outlets. If the rolling strikes of Canada Post employees who are calling for pension protection and better wages are going to harm our economy, can the Conservatives explain to us today what the economic consequences of a permanent reduction in mail services will be? Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's committed to quality mail service for all Canadians, no matter where they live. If that member and his party was serious about mail delivery, they would not have blocked our attempts to restore mail delivery in the spring of 2011. Rather than help us, they lined up with their big union bosses and delayed the mail delivery, which had an effect on the economy, and actually accelerated clients to use other methods such as email.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, doctrination measure after doctrination measure, the Conservatives are undermining the EI system. Although half of unemployed workers are not eligible for benefits, there are more and more mandatory measures. Workers must accept lower-paying jobs far from their homes. Quotas of cuts to the tune of $40,000 per month, pregnant women who could be disqualified, and now tougher measures regarding the shared work program. These are all tricks used by the Conservatives to force the unemployed workers to pay down the deficit. How can the minister claim day after day that workers will benefit from EI, whereas she is actually condoning the dismantling of this regime? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, that is not true. No, not true at all. Come on, let's look at the facts. The facts are that we want to help people find work in their regions, in their area of expertise. Mr. Speaker, this will be better for workers and for their families, as well as for communities. Mr. Speaker, if there are no positions available in the region, in their area of expertise, the EI system will continue to be there for these workers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was passing through Kelowna, beautiful area recently, and discovered, of course, that the RCMP presence in the Kelowna airport and also in my own riding, Victoria Airport, which has been there for 10 years in a security agreement for medium-sized airports across Canada, will end at the end of March this year. I don't know how much community consultation took place, what security arrangements we made instead. Certainly Kelowna is an area where local law enforcement worries about a drug trade that goes through Kelowna Airport heading to northern Alberta. Can the Prime Minister inform this House what security measures will replace those that are now being removed through cost-cutting in our airports?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the deployment of RCMP assets is an operational decision, and certainly we do not involve ourselves politically in the day-to-day operations of the RCMP. I do appreciate the question, though, because it gives me the opportunity to talk about the tools that we are giving frontline officers, including the RCMP, to do their job. I'd ask that member to support our initiatives, especially the one currently before this House, Bill C-42, which would enhance accountability and, again, giving the RCMP and frontline officers the tools that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. For the past 2 days, we've seen a sudden show of enthusiasm from the opposition for one of our pieces of legislation, C-12. So I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House at this time that, notwithstanding any other element of the standing orders, that C-12 be approved at second reading and sent to committee at this time.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose it? No, there is no consent. This will end the question period. The Honourable Député de Brossard.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie, on a point of order. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct something. During question period, I wanted to refer to Senator Wallen. I mistakenly said Senator Williams, but I meant Senator Wallen. Thank you. Thank you to the Honourable Member for his comment. It's not really a point of order, but the House does appreciate his clarification.
Dépôt de document. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the summary of the Global Centre for Pluralism's corporate plan for 2013.
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation and
reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table 5 petitions in support of the passage by this House of Bill C-279, the Gender Identity Bill. These petitions contain over 600 signatures, primarily from the province of British Columbia and Quebec, which urge the House to complete the human rights agenda and fill this gap in our human rights legislation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je prends...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present 2 petitions. I have the honour to present a petition signed by residents of Victoria, Toronto, and Winnipeg. Signatories are asking on the government to exert pressure on China with regard to human rights. These people are particularly concerned with the persecution of people who practice Falun Gong and Falun Dawn.
From residents of Prince George, Burnaby, and Vancouver, British Columbia, as the vast majority of British Columbians, these petitioners ask for a permanent ban on super tankers carrying bitumen crude along the coastline of British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presentation of petitions. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition in support of Bill C-400. This bill will ensure secure, accessible, affordable, and adequate housing for all Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders. Resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-48, 2012 Technical Tax Amendments Act. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say from the outside that I'll share my time with the member for Brossard-La Prairie. I'm pleased today to speak to Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation. From the outset, let me tell you that this is a huge bill. It numbers about 1,000 pages and contains many technical amendments. It's very complex and simply makes our tax system even more complex, which is really saying something. It goes without saying that this is a real omnibus bill, but as opposed to the former monster bills which were tabled, this one contains technical amendments to a few closely related bills. So this is quite a change, since we are not going to have to study many different areas which have nothing to do with the bill. Nevertheless, the size of the bill shows just how the government must make sure that our tax system has greater integrity. The size of this bill will only make the work of parliamentarians and business people more difficult, so it's important that this government ensure that our tax system be better managed by beginning to regularly legislate proposed tax measures. And in fact, this is exactly what the Auditor General said in her 2009 report, and I quote, "If technical amendments are not regularly tabled, they will become a huge body which taxpayers, tax experts, and parliamentarians will have trouble understanding." Bill C-48 will implement very technical amendments to Canada's tax system, and they've accumulated over quite a time. Most of these changes were announced in communiques and letters of intent by the Department of Finance and in budgets, but the last such announcement goes back 11 years. These changes will have a positive impact at the end of the day on revenues and on tax avoidance. Consequently, we strongly support the changes proposed by this bill. Tax avoidance and evasion are basic problems which we must attack. So it is great time that we act to eliminate tax evasion and avoidance, which deprive the government of revenue. We must also protect the integrity of our tax system and make sure that it is fair. We simply cannot do without these revenues. Even though we support the amendments proposed in the bill, the government must make these changes on a timely basis rather than doing everything at once. The most recent technical bill was adopted in 2011. Why did the government wait so long to present about 200 technical amendments which had been pending? The Auditor General in 2009 was concerned with the fact that there were no fewer than 400 technical amendments pending without any legislative measures to bring them into force of law. In her fall 2009 report, she had said very clearly that even tax experts were saying that letters of intent should be translated into law as soon as possible. So now we're dealing with a very complex bill, and I'll dissect it so that we can better understand what is at issue. Bill C-48 will deal with non-resident trusts. Some of the proposals contained were part of the 2010 budget. The amendments contained in that part of the bill will basically guarantee the integrity of the tax system and help prevent tax avoidance. For example, measures will guarantee that revenues will be taxed on all residents regardless of where they live. This wasn't the case in the past. Bill C-48 will also tax foreign affiliates of multinational companies. These amendments have the same intent, that is, to make sure that our tax system maintains its integrity and will help prevent tax avoidance. There are other tax avoidance measures such as real property, ensuring that income trusts are subject to the same restrictions with regard to losses as other businesses, to limit the recourse to credit generators. The bill will also make more specific the rules applicable to Canadians and non-residents and migrants. It would also create an information regime on tax avoidance. So any person who will try to avoid paying tax will have to declare their intent to do so, even if the measure is not abusive. This is a brief overview of some of the amendments contained in this bill. Even though all of these changes are important and necessary, I still want to point out that the government has taken far too much time to translate these technical amendments into a bill. In light of the fact that the most recent technical tax bill was adopted back in 2001, far too much time has passed. In the meantime, the government has accumulated hundreds of technical amendments which have accumulated over the years. Some of the amendments contained in Bill C-48 even go back to 1998. Those changes should have been done on a regular basis and not contained in a 1,000-page bill. However, this bill contains many good and necessary measures. That said, the government has to improve the way it does things because currently the way it is moving far too slowly, as is clear. Therefore, we have to stop accumulating all of these tax measures. So the government has to present smaller bills, but more of them, and this would allow these provisions to be brought about on a more timely basis. And in fact, the head of the Department of Finance Sales Tax Division agrees with this, and he said in September of 2000 that until now it was better to have smaller bills, or rather, up until now, it was better to put more measures into bills, but experience has shown that this is not necessarily the best way to proceed. It is probably better to present more bills, but smaller ones, and that way measures will be implemented more quickly. I repeat, if the choice is between fewer large bills or more small ones is the better solution. Therefore, we must also, or rather this will strengthen our tax system, and we will also have to simplify our tax system to make it more clear and predictable. This means incorporating any new changes on a regular basis. Our tax system is very complex, and this creates many loopholes for individuals and companies, and of course this makes our tax system less fair. So I believe that we must take the opportunity to debate, to talk about how complex the system is and how this takes away from its fairness. We need to have a real debate about the tax system in Canada. Tax credits given only to people who pay income, excluding people who are low income and most in need, is not right. I'm thinking in particular of people with disabilities. People who need the most help should in fact be targeted by these measures. Non-refundable tax credits will have very limited ability to help people. Lastly, we do support Bill C-48, but I would like to remind you that the government has to improve the way it manages its tax legislation, including the way it makes changes. As for the changes contained in this bill, we completely support them. The bill proposes measures to address tax evasion and avoidance while protecting the integrity of our tax system. This is an important fight for the NDP to make sure the system remains fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. I thank my colleague for her speech. We have a lot of information about everything brought forth through this bill, but especially the way it was brought forth. We know that the bill before us, C-48, is over 1,000 pages long. It's not so much the number of pages, but why did it take so long to arrive at a bill that solves certain problems, as my colleagues mentioned, certain technical points that should have been corrected long ago? And as my colleague mentioned, it brings about insecurity in business circles when bills take too long to be tabled. So there was a delay by the government. I'd like my colleague to comment on this. Why does this government take so long to bring forth things that could help and could solve many problems? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Well, the only thing I can say is that the idea of tabling a 1,000-page bill stretches out the amount of time required before it comes into force. If we had more modest bills, less voluminous bills, we might be able to implement them more quickly, and their provisions would exist. There would be more bills, but there would be no delay, or not such a long delay between the time where we start examining it and the time when it's implemented. The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Montcalm for her excellent speech on a bill which, as she mentioned, is extremely voluminous. So just perusing the 1,000 pages can make you dizzy, quite frankly. I expressed my concerns this morning regarding the omnibus bill. This is a habit the Conservatives seem to have, is tabling bills that affect many other bills that are very voluminous and very long to implement. As I also mentioned, my fellow citizens, my constituents in Laval, Alfred Pellan, often write to me or call my office saying, this doesn't make sense. We can't have these types of omnibus bills, because often they try to pull a fast one through these big bills. So my question to my colleague is this. By using these kinds of omnibus bills, such as C-38, C-45 on the budget that were tabled in the past months, what kind of feedback did she get from her constituents? How do the people in her riding react to the government's arrogance when it tables these kinds of omnibus bills? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, well, it's very simple to answer. Naturally, what people in Montcalm often tell me is that they're wondering why the government tables these huge bills. They must camouflage punitive measures that will affect them in their personal lives sooner or later. Naturally, I agree with them, and I continue to read what I'm sent. It always involves the same thing. When the bill is too voluminous, one is always a bit afraid that it hides things that our fellow citizens would find objectionable or that will affect them unduly. I have time for a brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and ask her, because I heard my colleague for Alfred Pellan, who said that her office receives a lot of correspondence about omnibus bills. We're not talking about the current bill before us, which is related, but I wonder if my colleague got mail from her constituents about C-45 and C-38, the two previous omnibus bills. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much. Yes, naturally, I do hear about that. Everything that's so voluminous is inherently complex. I think we can all agree on that. And it's difficult to explain in a few words or in a few minutes a bill that is so huge and the impact it may have on their lives. So I suppose I will continue to get such correspondence. There's more and more of it, because every time this kind of bill is tabled, of course I get more and more mail about this. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Fiscal Arrangements between the Federal Government and the Provinces Act, the First Nations GST Act, and related legislation. The title itself is quite long, Mr. Speaker. And if you'd seen, and I'm sure you have seen, the bill, it's also extremely voluminous. It's a necessary bill These are amendments of measures that have been in place for many, many years, but the practice now is, the point now is to enact this into law. One of the comments we often get is, why did this take so long? Why did they wait so long to table a bill like this? It's true that it's very complex. I've studied law and tax law, and I can tell you that when you read this bill, it's pretty arduous. You read it not to have fun, but to try to understand it. I'd like to thank the people from the Department of Finance who really helped us during the briefing and were very transparent. They answered all our questions, contrary to what the Conservative government often does. So when it comes to the way this was broached, I think there was a great deal of cooperation from the department. Now, however, regarding the way the government brings forth a bill like this, as my colleagues mentioned, there hadn't been any kind of amendment of a technical nature or clarification since 2001. The reason why that's a problem is because in the business world, in order to have some stability, credibility, some good understanding of legislation, there has to be more regular reviews. In this case, I think that the Conservatives were asleep at the wheel. They need to wake up a little more and do their job. In her 2009 report, Auditor General Sheila Fraser raised concerns about the fact that there were no technical amendments since 2001. The government said that it would be desirable for this kind of bill to be tabled every year in order to have routine amendments to the Income Tax Act, but this did not actually happen. So the Department of Finance had at least 400 technical amendments and 250 letters of comfort, many legislative amendments that were never brought forward. Only 200 of these measures are in this bill. So there's a problem with the way the government broaches these topics. They need to do this housekeeping, but it's very important to bring about some stability and clarification. I used to sit on the Finance Committee. Now I'm pleased to sit on the Justice Committee, but not that long ago when I was on the Finance Committee, in a report, they talked about tax simplification. This was very important. Many organizations, and in fact it was part of the committee's recommendations to have a simplified tax system. What do we mean by that? Well, right now, when you look at this bill, this 1,000-page bill, if you look at the Income Tax Act itself, everything gets added and makes it increasingly complex. You have to use the services of professionals when it comes to income tax and tax law in order to figure things out. What this means is the more complicated it is, the more loopholes exist. And there are ways to avoid taxes. Luckily in this bill, there are measures that have been taken to close these loopholes. However, we do know that the government doesn't do enough about tax avoidance and evasion. I'm very pleased to see that our colleagues on the Finance Committee are currently examining the whole issue of tax avoidance and evasion. As you know, this is a subject very dear to me because I brought forth the motion. So I'm pleased to see that the government is showing some progress on that issue. But we know that the government isn't doing enough, and we see this in practice, in concrete terms. We see that the government does not assess how much money Canada's losing. Now, we're talking about billions of dollars, and they seem to be saying, well, yeah, we're working on it. But when you look at what the government is actually doing, you see cutbacks at the Canada Revenue Agency. You have positions cut. These are the people who have to look at exactly what tax evasion is. Now, to get back to the legislation, there are measures that attack tax evasion or avoidance, tax avoidance, to close more loopholes. That's very important. As I said, the bill is very voluminous. There are some parts that are very interesting and appropriate. Let me go over, as I explained, this very technical bill, but to better understand the scope of the bill, I'd like to mention a few aspects of it.
The offshore investment fund property and non-resident trust, the changes are aimed at taxing the worldwide income of Canadian residents. Donc, encore une fois, une bonne...
So, once again, this is a good measure.
Deals with the taxation of foreign affiliates of Canadian multinational corporations, again, which is interesting and important. Part 4 deals with amendments to ensure that provisions that use certain private law concepts reflect both the common law and civil law in both linguistic versions. Encore une fois, assez technique.
Once again, it's quite technical, but it's important to see some progress here.
The bill implements a variety of technical amendments. Dans ce cas-ci, j'aurais pas trop...
In this case, I won't go into detail because this is quite dry and technical, but these are amendments that are necessary.
Housekeeping changes to the Excise Tax Act, repealing a provision that has not been used since 1999. Encore une fois,
Once again, we see that there are measures that were not used, they do exist, and it takes a long time for the government to take action. Part 7, certain powers of the minister, so certain problems are being solved that way. And Part 8 is to compensate for all the amendments in C-45 from last fall. Now, to get back to what I was saying about simplification, the fact that the government is not doing enough, perhaps I should talk about what's being said to move things forward. I blame the Conservatives as well as the Liberals for this. We heard a lot about C-48. They say we need to simplify. Why wasn't anything done since the Carter Commission many years ago? So both the Conservatives and the Liberals did nothing. And I find that quite deplorable. I'm not the only one to deplore that. There are many groups, including a very important one, that the Certified General Accountants, I will read their recommendations made during the pre-budget consultations.
Implementing a sunset provision would ensure that tax amendments are legislated, which ultimately will eliminate the ever-growing backlog of unlegislated tax measures once and for all. With this provision, if a tax policy change is announced and not incorporated into legislation within a reasonable amount of time, the measure would lapse. This would bring greater clarity and certainty to tax legislation, reduce the compliance and paperwork burden, and perhaps most importantly, prevent any future legislative backlogs. Those are a few simple but important steps that would go some distance in improving and strengthening Canada's tax system. Encore une fois, lorsqu'on parle...
Again, when you talk about sunset provisions, I think that's important. That's something that has to be put forward that avoids bills that go back over 10 years and that were not implemented when it comes to certain tax measures. I think that the government has to take the time to do it. C-48 is a good start, but we'd like to see the government be more responsible from a fiscal and administrative standpoint. Thank you.
Questionnaire commentaire.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I found it interesting to hear the Liberals say that the Conservatives haven't done anything. The last time something like this was considered was 2009, but it goes back even further, 1998. The first legislative changes were proposed in a bill like this, so that goes back a long time, about 15 years. 1998. So I'd like my colleague to discuss that aspect. What attitude our governments had about administering our country for all these years. The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, that's what we're saying. We heard the Liberals today criticizing the Conservative government, and I think they're throwing the ball in each other's court. They're saying, oh no, it was the fault of previous governments. And now when you're in opposition, you say it's the fault of the current government. I think the way things have to work, especially in this case, the fact that we have a 1,000-page bill, it's not really the number of pages that's important, it's the number of years that it took to get to this point. When the Liberals were in power, they didn't really put forward this whole issue. Now they're saying it has to be done every year. It's only recently that they thought of that solution. I think they didn't do their homework either, in order to really make sure that everything's simpler. When we're talking about simpler, we're talking about benefits for taxpayers. And as I mentioned earlier, even the professionals are asking for this. Tax experts are asking for simplification and a better understanding. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He pointed out that the New Democrats feel that we must fight tax avoidance and evasion while preserving the integrity of our tax system. In that case, could my colleague tell us what he thinks of the importance of observation, which is a critical aspect of the integrity of the system? The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. I thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, for the NDP, any kind of tax evasion, especially tax havens, are a very important issue. That's why we, in the NDP, put forth a motion asking the Finance Committee to examine that problem. And we thank other parties for having agreed to examine the whole problem of tax evasion and avoidance and tax havens. When it comes to respecting this, it's really a matter of fairness. We're talking about saving money. Companies that use tax havens or engage in tax avoidance must pay their fair share. I think that's quite normal and acceptable. But we see that in concrete terms, the government does not take the necessary action to really attack that problem. And that's why we needed an NDP motion to see some progress here. We hope that after the examination by the Finance Committee, the government will finally take that action and force people to respect the law when it comes to companies and taxes. Questions and comments?
St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, I've been listening very carefully, but there's something I'd like to hear a clear answer to. In this House, we often hear about the NDP's $21 billion carbon tax scheme. And it's been in the NDP platform. Also, on September 14th, the Financial Post interviewed the NDP caucus chair. And the caucus chair expressed his frustration that our government rejected the carbon tax policy, which we do. We don't believe it will do anything to help our country. Could the member please clarify this $21 billion carbon tax scheme, because it was in the election platform of the NDP?
Député de Brassard-La Prairie.
Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. I'm not sure what this has to do with the bill before us, Bill C-48, that I discussed. But, however, I would like to answer my colleague's question nonetheless. What we did during the election campaign is we did the same thing as that the Conservatives proposed in 2008, the carbon market. I think my colleague doesn't understand the difference. She should look at the 2008 Conservative platform. There's a difference between a carbon tax and a carbon market. I think that my colleague needs to familiarize herself with that, and I'd be pleased to educate her about this.
Before resuming debate, I would like to inform the honourable members that we have concluded 5 hours debate on this motion. Therefore, the time allotted to further debate will be 10 minutes for speeches and 5 minutes for questions and answers. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to weigh in for a few moments anyway on Bill C-48. And let me just say to my colleague who just spoke from Brossard-la-Prairie, I want to commend him not only for his speech, but also for the incredibly valuable work that he performed as a member of the Standing Committee on Finance. He is not to put too fine a point on it, but a brilliant deputy and made an important contribution. The similar type of contribution I know he will put on to the Justice Committee, where he is now focusing his attention. So let me go on. I was actually going to get up and ask that member this question. We're dealing with a bill that is nearly 1,000 pages long. As others have said, it deals with a huge number of amendments that have been outstanding for nearly 15 years that needed to be made, that were just sitting there, that have been announced but had not been enacted in legislation, creating great confusion and problems with tax practitioners and individual Canadians. But the point that was made by one of the groups that we spoke to, and I'm sure he heard from Blake's, was that as a result of the allowing this backlog of amendments to build up, that what they have done is this government has increased the complexity of the tax system, which flies in the face, I think, of everything this government has claimed that it stood for, as it related to things like reducing red tape, to things like making the tax system more simplified and easily accessible and understood by Canadians. But that, another example of how this government tells Canadians one thing and, in fact, goes ahead and does something else. We heard from other members of this caucus, Mr. Speaker, about how the Auditor General in 2009 reported to the House, to Parliament, that there were upwards of 400 tax amendments that had been proclaimed, that were in fact being carried forward, but had not been enacted in legislation, had not been codified, and that was creating a problem. It was creating a sense of confusion, an added level of complexity, and he said it was just simply bad practice. That it is not the way to run something as technical and important as the tax system under the Finance Act. This bill deals with, I understand, around half of those, and it doesn't deal with the additional ones that have come in that have been announced by this government since 2009. So even though we're dealing with a piece of legislation that's 1,000 pages long, that's extraordinarily complex, that we will not have time to go through in the kind of detail that we probably should go through it, they're still not going to deal with. They're still not dealing with all of the changes that have already been enacted in the tax system and have yet to be codified. That's why the experts, the Canadian Certified General Accountants, like I said, the Auditor General, we've got comments here from Thomas McDonnell, Thorstenson's, LLP tax lawyers, and others who have said that it's so important to make sure that the tax changes that are proposed, that are announced, that are put in place by announcement by the finance minister or by the government, whether it's at budget time or at other times during the year, that annually government should be passing legislation, should be introducing legislation in this House in order to make sure that that happens. In 2007, I believe, 2007, they introduced Bill C-10, which was an attempt to try to do that, to try to catch up to that backlog. But the problem, you may know that in 2008 they pulled the plug because they felt they were at a particular time where they might be able to get a majority government, and so they, even though they were flying in the face of legislation, fixed-term legislation that the Prime Minister himself lauded, they went to the polls in the fall of 2008. As a result, that bill that was brought in, I believe it was C-10 at that time, Mr. Speaker, that died on the order table. So again, the point is, they should not be waiting years to take care of business that should be taken care, that should be looked after on an annual basis. And it would give us an opportunity, legislators here and experts across the country. It would take us, it would give us an opportunity to take a small chunk of amendments, of legislation, to have a full discussion about what their the implications of them are. I think that that would be a sign of good governance. And then, if we were caught up to date, if the Parliament was caught up to date on those kinds of legislative changes, then if, pray tell, the government decided to, government of the day decided to prorogue the House or to call an election or whatever, then we'd only be dealing with 1 year of changes next time around, and we wouldn't be participating in the buildup of the backlog. And again, as everyone has said who knows about this system, it's extraordinarily complex, and by allowing this backlog to build, by bringing in amendments this way and a piece of legislation that's extraordinarily technical, that's the same, that almost 1,000 pages, it doesn't provide the kind of clarity, the kind of opportunity for simplifying the tax system, which is, thank you, Mr. Speaker, which is what we should be looking at here. I think it's in the interest of all Canadians. Let me say, as you indicate my time is winding down, let me make 3 points. I've said already the bill is extremely technical. We think it doesn't need to be so, and in respect to good governance and good legislative management, it should be done on an annual basis. But let me be clear that we do believe on this side cracking down on both tax avoidance and tax evasion while ensuring the integrity of our tax system. So we do support these changes, but we want to ensure that they happen on a more manageable basis. This is certainly an omnibus bill of sorts, but as opposed to Bill 45, C-45, and Bill C-38, it doesn't bring 60 pieces of legislation all together that have nothing that ties them and try to make changes. They are dealing with changes to closely related pieces of legislation. And finally, a point that I've already made, that the massive size of this bill demonstrates that there's still work to be done in getting such technical changes legislated in a timely fashion. And as I've said, and I reiterate, failing to do so hurts the business community. It makes it difficult for proper evaluation by Parliament, and ultimately it impacts the economy of this country and individual Canadians who are trying to work with an increasingly complex tax system, Mr. Speaker, as they go about their business, as they go about their daily lives, of making sure they provide for themselves, for their families, building stronger communities, and ultimately building a stronger country. That's our goal. Those are the measures that we would like to see this government move forward with. We will be supporting this legislation, and I urge them, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this is done on an annual basis from here on in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that he clearly expressed the fact that these measures should have been implemented many years ago. And we have even heard a number of experts over the year. For example, the Auditor General of Canada had raised the fact that there were major delays. So now we have a document that is extremely voluminous, very complex, and it is very difficult to complete an exhaustive study thereof. But I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks the most important points are in C48 that are supported by the NDP.
Harbour.
Well, thank you. I think that I appreciate the question from my colleague from La Salle-et-Mar. Let me say that that the question of tax avoidance is an issue that we take very seriously. It's something that that our colleague from Brossard-La Prairie focused on as a member of the Finance Committee, and I know that our members of the Finance Committee will continue that initiative. There are provisions in this bill which deal with tax avoidance, and we do support them because, let's be clear, we want to close the loopholes. We want to make sure that people pay their fair share, that companies that are obligated to pay taxes to the Government of Canada, in fact, do so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't rise right after because I actually had to think about exactly how I had phrased this with great dignity. I would listen to the member his speech of balderdash for the entire time, which really said very little about the bill, but went back to 2008. It was kind of a cathartic exercise about how the election happened, and of course he forgot to mention the fact in his speech that it was a minority government and the opposition actually was the one in charge of having the government fall and going to an election. And of course he failed to also mention that after the election we actually were in government again. And so all those things saying at the end, mentioned about 3 issues, and then they were going to support the bill. And part of his talk was about how inefficient we were at getting these measures through and want to do it annually. And so I just asked him if that's the case and they want to support it and make it happen, if they're prepared just to go ahead and finish their speakers list today. Let's move the bill into committee. Let's get it done. Let's work together as loving partners as we are so that we can get this.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and interesting intervention, and trying again to rewrite history. That when the election was called in 2008, that was a decision made by the Conservative government, by the Prime Minister. It was not a decision that was forced by the opposition, although the opposition did force this government to bring in a stimulus package, a stimulus plan, in order to deal with the economic troubles facing this country. In fact, so the opposition put so much fear into this government that they prorogued the House. Let's not forget, they prorogued the House. They ran in fear from this place because they were afraid that they would be defeated democratically by this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Let me in answer to that question specifically, let me say this. We agreed that we would support this legislation, but we are not going to give up our right to stand and represent our constituents, my constituents from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, just because members opposite are in a hurry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's that time of the year again when Canadians are not necessarily very happy about having to fill out their tax return, but obviously, whether we want it or not, that is part of our traditions, whether we like it or not, rather. And this is a Canadian tradition. It's a way of sharing wealth. It's a way of ensuring that we have social programs that will make sure that if we get sick, we can call on a doctor, we can go to the hospital, and that we can have free and accessible health care. Also, our taxes are used to fund programs such as employment insurance, which mean that if unfortunately we lose our job or are laid off because of closings in the manufacturing sector, as we've seen in recent years, we'll have a program that will bring in income for a family, or if someone is single, they will at least have a roof over their head and will be able to purchase essential goods such as groceries. Our taxes are also used to put in place programs that involve sharing with provinces, redistribution to provinces, so that we have public transit and infrastructure. So that is everything that contributes to the public good. So it is with enthusiasm, well, I won't go that far. It is with pleasure, then, that I rise to speak to Bill C-48, an acts to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, and the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act and related legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely voluminous bill. It has over 1,000 pages. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I've often risen in this House to speak out against omnibus bills that the government has brought forward with regard to the so-called Budget Implementation Act. The NDP is strongly opposed to this type of bill because these types of bills are not necessarily related to the budget. They are simply stuffed with all sorts of amendments to a great number of bills. And we didn't have the time we needed to study these bills in committee. In any case, these committees concerned didn't even have the right to study those bills.
And this is something we denounce, and we still continue to denounce every time we can in this House. But what is different with the bill we are studying now is that it amends legislation which is connected to the bill, which are related to similar subjects. Now, the fact that this is such a huge bill is due to the fact that for many years, since 2001, in fact, previous governments really didn't do anything, and they did not follow the advice of the Auditor General to set things right. They waited. for legislation which should have been amended. They waited many years to do so, and that is why today we have to deal with a bill this huge simply because all of these changes have to be made at once, and it wasn't done in the past, and the governments didn't do what they should have done. What's important to mention here is that the NDP supports Bill C-48. Why? Because it's important. Rather, this bill will guarantee the integrity of our tax system, and we maintain that we must close tax loopholes as soon as possible. In that regard, this bill will make a difference. It will maintain the integrity of our tax system, and it's important that all of these conditions be fulfilled. Now, I'll address 3 points. We must fight, and this bill is a step in the right direction. We must fight tax avoidance and tax evasion while maintaining the integrity of our tax system. So we do support the changes contained in the bill, especially those who will clamp down on tax evasion. As well, as I've said, it's a huge bill, and I've explained why it's so big. I think we can do better. I think Canadians deserve better, and I think that over time, it's important that we update our tax system on a more regular basis. This bill makes technical amendments to a handful of laws which are closely related to the bill, as opposed to what was the case to the previous omnibus bills. The changes contained in this bill make important amendments to relevant legislation, as opposed to the previous omnibus bill, which amended all kinds of unrelated laws. So, as I said, it's important to do this on a regular basis and not on an ad hoc basis. In 2009, the Auditor General of Canada was concerned with the fact that at least 400 technical amendments, this was back in 2009, so 400 technical amendments were still pending and had still not been enshrined into law. Bill C-48 will enshrine 200 of those amendments into law, so there is still work to be done. I think we can do this, but we want to make sure that our tax system remains fair. We want to make sure that any loopholes be closed. For example, the bill contains several parts, and I would like to more specifically address Part 5. Part 5 implements various technical changes going back to 2002. Now, Part 5 includes anti-avoidance measures. It also imposes measures on trusts. It enacts amendments relating to labor-sponsored venture capital corporations, the allocation of income of other corporations. It contains rules clarifying rules on Canadian goods owned by immigrants and non-Canadian residents. And it clamps down on avoidance measures which people would use to their own benefit. People would have to declare that they would try to avoid paying tax, even though this would not be an abusive measure. We believe that most of these changes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as I said, most of these changes, based on experts, were already in place but should have been enshrined into law earlier. What we hope is that this bill will bring about concrete measures to counter tax evasion, and we also hope that there will be a new review mechanism so that 10 years down the road, the House is not seized with another huge technical tax bill. I'm sure that Canadians would appreciate that. And certainly it will be much easier for parliamentarians to do their job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, thank you to my colleague for her speech. It has been said several times, as did my colleague, that this is a huge bill. Nevertheless, there is still a lot of legislative work which will need to be done. So what does my colleague think of the impact this bill will have on the tax industry and on business? Well, it's clear that the size of this bill makes it rather complex. So we hope that at the end of the day, we simplify the process. We make these bills more clear and more understandable to taxpayers, regardless of who they are. These bills should be easier to understand by everyone. But what we especially would like to point out is that tax rules be clear. And that at the end of the day, there is no more tax evasion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the NDP speeches throughout the morning, and I do want to thank them for supporting our government in trying to close these loopholes. But I haven't been getting a straight answer from the NDP as far as where they feel overall for taxes for Canadians, where they actually stand. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we decreased the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. The NDP voted against that. We lowered taxes 140 times. They voted against that. We've decreased taxes for families, $3,000 per year, family of four, and they voted against that. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to find out from the NDP is they've got $65 billion of unfunded promises that they've made to the Canadian people. We've heard about the $21 billion carbon tax that they want to go, but that's still a $40 billion discrepancy. So what I'd like the NDP to say today to let Canadians know, they've got $65 billion worth of unfunded promises. Where are they going to get that money? And if they really care about Canadian families, when are they actually going to put their money where their mouth is and let them know where they're going to get the money?
La députée de la Salle-et-Mar.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, what I noted and what I will say is that this bill is going to close the loopholes in the tax system. Therefore, people who take advantage of these loopholes to avoid paying tax, and we're talking about either people or businesses, they will all have to pay their fair share of tax. And in that regard, this bill is a good way to address those technical matters. This way, the government will be able to collect the income tax that it is due. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to these measures, I'm wondering whether my colleague believes that this government, or that any government, regardless of political allegiance, could tell us whether it might be a good idea to bring in bills on a yearly basis. Right now, we have to study this bill, and it does not give us a lot of time to study these measures before tax time. So how does she see these tax bills going forward? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. I'd like to thank the member for her question because it's a very good one. I think that we should sit down with the experts. I don't have a specific answer with regard to how often these bills should be brought in, but the member raises a good point. At what point in the year what would be the ideal time in the year to inform individual taxpayers and corporations about any upcoming tax changes? Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to stand and in support of this bill on behalf of my constituents of Pontiac. Indeed, this bill in particular will be beneficial to companies. It will help them see more clear. Bill C-48 implements very technical changes to our tax system, which have accumulated over a decade. I think these changes will have a positive impact on revenues and that they will generally discourage tax avoidance. The fact that it is such a huge bill shows that the government has to better manage our tax system to do it more responsibly. In particular, the government should bring about tax bills more often. Otherwise, it will lead to uncertainty for both tax experts and businesses and make the work of parliamentarians nearly impossible, because it's very difficult to study bills which are this huge. I would also like to point out that it is important to guarantee the integrity of our tax system. As well, we must close tax loopholes which sometimes arise unexpectedly. Further, we have to simplify our tax rules and do so progressively. I believe, as do my New Democratic colleagues, that we must clamp down on both tax evasion and tax avoidance, all the while preserving the integrity of our tax system. And that's why I support the changes contained in this bill, and especially the changes which will clamp down on tax evasion. Tax evasion costs the government a great deal of revenue, which it needs to fund our social programs, which in turn lie at the heart of the values of Canadians. This 1,000-page bill is a good example of what an omnibus bill is. However, as opposed to the previous monster omnibus budget bills, which were badly thought out and badly implemented, this bill here, C-48, brings technical amendments to other closely related bills. However, there's still work to be done if we are to enact into law these technical changes. We must do so on a regular basis, because if we don't, business loses out and it makes the work of parliamentarians more difficult, and all of this costs money. It's hard enough for companies to pay their taxes, but it's made even worse when tax rules are very complex. Generally, businesses want to pay fair taxes. And so if we have a fair tax system, revenues will be redistributed to the less fortunate in society, and it will be to the benefit of all Canadians, many of whom are going through difficult times. In her report tabled in the fall of 2009, the Auditor General of the time said that over 400 technical amendments were still pending and still had not been enacted into law. Bill C-48 will enact over 200 of those technical amendments, just a little over half. But that means many more will remain pending. So when will those remaining 200 changes be enacted into law? We can all ask ourselves why it's taken so long. Well, when the Liberals were in power, it also took them a long time to enact technical tax amendments. The recent adoption of the most technical tax bill goes back to 2001, which is over 10 years ago. Why have the Conservatives not adopted technical tax bills on a more regular basis after 2001? It's up to them to answer this question. Conservatives have also taken their time in that regard. Bill C-48 will enact over 200 technical amendments, and yet it is essential to guarantee that the remaining 200 amendments will soon be enshrined into law to maintain the integrity of our tax system. The Conservatives will have to move quickly on the remaining 200 amendments as well. It is important to continually review our tax system. And so what is the government doing to ensure that Canadians will respect the technical amendments? We haven't had any answer to that question so far. We in the official opposition have consulted tax experts and lawyers who have said that the measures contained in Bill C-48 are largely good, but that they don't go far enough. That said, we have tried to adopt technical tax bills in the past. There was C-10, which was tabled in October of 2007, which was quickly adopted by the House of Commons, but it still had not reached the stage of study in the Senate when Parliament was prorogued in 2008. So governments are not acting quickly enough, and at the end of the day, taxpayers, Canadian taxpayers and businesses are the ones who pay the price. We would like the government to act more quickly when it comes to bringing about technical tax legislation. These bills should be tabled more frequently, and many experts share our point of view. For instance, the Auditor General said the following: if technical amendments are not regularly tabled, they will form a huge entity which taxpayers, parliamentarians, and businesses will have trouble understanding. In Chapter 2 of the Auditor General's report, 1991, the Auditor General raised concern with regard to letters of intent with regard to income tax without any notices being published to that effect. In response, the Minister of Revenue said that he intended to give notice of upcoming changes so that taxpayers would not have to wait for a long time to know what's coming down the pipe. This was as opposed to what was the case in the past. However, since then, these letters of intent have been made public on an irregular basis. The president of the advisory group on the government's tax policy of the Certified General Accountants of Canada said that first, the government must table a technical tax bill because it had been over 11 years since the government had done so. Hundreds of amendments to the Income Tax Act, which I had showed members last year, had been proposed but had not been promulgated yet. This, of course, created uncertainty and unpredictability in the entire process.
The CGAs of Canada as well, in their pre-budget brief for pre-budget consultations of 2012, they talk about the recovery of the economy and the acceleration of our economic growth resides in a government commitment to review the tax system, reform it, and reduce paper burden. It's quite clear that we must act. We have to act often in the best interests of taxpayers of this country to get a tax system that makes sense and that serves everyone.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my Conservative colleagues rose to talk about the NDP's platform following the speech on this bill. So I'd like to know whether he could remind the House how much the abolition of the Senate would save. It's unelected and it spends like a drunken sailor. How much would we save by abolishing the Senate once and for all? The Honourable Member for Pontiac. I thank my colleague for her question. Well, we'd start with $90 million. That's something. But we'd have to talk about ensuring that we get a tax system in place that makes sure that people pay their taxes. I'm talking about large corporations. In this country, there are a lot of big companies that don't pay their taxes. It's a lack of revenue for the Crown that could be used to support programs to help the poorest and most vulnerable in our society.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the last questioner did remind me that I've stood in this House a few times to ask the NDP to explain their platform promises, $65 billion in unfunded platform promises. So I thought I'd give it a shot again. We have another NDP speaker. And we know, Mr. Speaker, first of all, we're encouraged and we're happy that the NDP is supporting this bill to close these loopholes. But we know that they voted against the GST when we lowered it from 7 to 6 to 5. We've lowered taxes for families and businesses in Canada 140 times. They voted against that every single time. $3,000 less taxes that families pay now than when we got in, federal taxes. So the NDP have made this $65 billion promises, but they haven't told Canadians how they're going to fund them. So, Mr. Speaker, question very simple. We know about the $21 billion carbon tax, but there's still a big gap, $45 billion or so, that are still, the NDP hasn't told Canadians how they're going to fund that. So I was going to ask this member here if he would just stand up and give us a straight answer. Let Canadians know what the NDP plan is for all their promises.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Well, the question of my my colleague is, how can I say, founded on some premises that I'd like to question. One of them would be that somehow Canadians are benefiting largely from the tax credits that have been placed by the government. When I ask people in my riding what they think about the majority of those tax credits, they either don't apply to them or, yeah, okay. That's not a solution. That's not a tax policy. That's not a policy that will ensure the revenue of that's needed by the state in order to support those programs. For example, Medicare, the medical system, which I think Canadians support amply. We're not the ones who are cutting transfers to the provinces for those programs, and $31 billion less in the system. $31 billion less in the system, right? So we were talking about priorities. We're talking about priorities. We have different priorities than you do. You want to give tax cuts to the largest corporations.
Order. 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 Just a reminder to honourable members, when we start using the U word, invariably the tenor of the debate begins to go in a different direction, and so remind honourable members to direct their comments and questions through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, since my honourable member and the Conservatives raised the issue of promises and what's in platforms, I remind the Conservatives that they said in their 2008 platform that they wouldn't export bitumen. They also brought in fixed election date legislation
in 2006 that they then broke in 2008. I also remember them in terms of tax policies that this government, Conservatives in British Columbia, brought in the HST in British Columbia, a tax that was roundly opposed by 80% of British Columbians, and that the people of British Columbia had to actually say in a referendum they rejected. So I'm just wondering if my honourable friend would care to comment on some of the problems with the Conservatives' inability to keep their promises and betray the Canadian people.
A member for Pontiac.
Well, if I'd have to enumerate all the promises that they've broken, I'd be here all day. Let's just start with the Senate, right? Unelected, right? Unaccountable and under investigation, right? And it costs the taxpayer $90 million. Now that's respect for the taxpayer, right? $90 million. So maybe we just start there and finish at that.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I must inform the member that I will have to interrupt her at 1:30 because that's the end of the time allotted for government orders today. So, resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must admit that I'm very disappointed to know that I'll have so little time to discuss a subject that raises passions as I've seen today, but I would like to join my voice to that of my colleagues to discuss Bill C-48, a new bill that's almost 1,000 pages long that brings forth many technical amendments to the Canadian tax system that have changes that go over 1 decade. Most of the amendments contained in C-48 today were announced over the past 11 years that happened since the adoption of the most recent technical bill. In multiple press releases, letters of intent from the Department of Finance and the budget. These amendments were adopted usually without having a technical bill, but C-48 seeks to officialize everything. It contains 3 measures that had never been previously announced. It also proposes the withdrawal of certain tax restrictions to help venture capital companies go through transition periods. It assists airlines in order to make sure that taxable income is entirely attributed to the provinces where they have their permanent headquarters. It provides for the implementation of a measure about tax treatment for shares held by temporary residents to Canada. So we feel that the technical changes will be beneficial and will generally seek to discourage tax avoidance, and that's why we'll support the bill at second reading. Tax avoidance is a problem that's often denounced by citizens across the country, including my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. These are honest taxpayers who pay their taxes and who sees more privileged Canadians benefit from certain loopholes that honourable Canadians do not have access to. So we want us parliamentarians to attack these problems. And as representatives of these citizens, we have a responsibility to take all reasonable measures to eliminate loopholes and tax avoidance and ensure that the state has all the resources necessary to make sure that Canadians have access to all the public services they depend on and deserve. We see that Conservatives reduce taxes, tax credits for the oil sector without expecting anything in return, so they're depriving us of revenue. They cannot cut spending sufficiently to make up for the deficit. So it's all smoke and mirrors from the Conservatives day after day. They want us to swallow the trope that they're good money managers, but they can't implement measures to improve our tax laws here in Canada. So it's essential that the government examine this problem quickly and have a process that's effective in order to implement these technical amendments quickly and eliminate confusion, uncertainty in the tax system. That's important for taxpayers, for the business circles, for tax experts. It's important for the government to act quickly to correct this situation which leads to many other problems. If we want to make sure that retailers, wholesalers, and others can perform well and export, we have to make sure that they get the proper tax information in a timely manner. That's why we'll support the bill in second reading, but the fact remains that there's a lot of work that remains to be done, and the government should tackle that quickly for the benefit of all taxpayers and all Canadian business people. Thank you. Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier will have 6 minutes left for her speech, when, as well as 5 minutes of questions and comments, when the House resumes debate of this motion.
30, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, honoring the Canadian Armed Forces, standing in the name of Mr. Shorey.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
To rise in this debate on C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. This private members' bill at present makes two changes to the citizenship process. First, it reduces the time a permanent resident must wait for citizenship if he or she completes basic training and assign a minimum 3-year contract with the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, I will just note here that if this were the entire bill, I think it might well be passed by unanimous consent, and we would not be having this debate today, and I wholeheartedly support this provision. The second element of the legislation provides that an individual is deemed to have made an application for renunciation of their Canadian citizenship, or is deemed to have withdrawn their application for Canadian citizenship if they engage in an act of war against the Canadian Armed Forces. But, Mr. Speaker, what complicates and indeed invites today's debate are the public statements by the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration that he seeks to modify this bill to revoke the citizenship of those who have engaged in acts of terror. Regrettably, we do not have his legislative amendments before us in this House. We do not know the exact wording he proposes, and this may make all the difference not only from a policy standpoint, but from a legal and constitutional perspective as well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has argued that the power to revoke citizenship in such cases is a necessary one, as he is quoted in La Presse this morning. The
amendments I proposed would allow Canada to harmonize its way of doing things with that of other liberal democracies and would reinforce the value of Canadian citizenship. This would send out a clear message according to which Canadian citizenship has real meaning and is not just a free pass for violent terrorists to use with impunity.
Speaker, the rhetoric in this statement certainly resonates, and it appears compelling on its face. Indeed, a commentator on this point, Mr. Ibbotson from the Globe and Mail, said to the effect that this, if nothing else, is good politics, and the Immigration and Citizenship Minister is certainly a good politician. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Citizenship and Immigration has been in this role since October of 2008. He has since then introduced 7 immigration acts, none of which have called for such a provision. And so the question, why now? Why this bill? Why in this way? For what Canadians may not know, though the issue is drawing more attention of late, is that a key difference between private members' bills, such as that which is before us, and government bills, such as would be the case if the Minister were to introduce stand-alone legislation in this regard, is that government bills require the constitutional approval of the Minister of Justice pursuant to the Department of Justice Act. In other words, by introducing such items through this private members route, one circumvents the long-standing process by which legislative proposals are vetted for compliance with Canada's Constitution, as well as including an assessment by the Department of Justice for litigation risk. This, of course, invites the question, Mr. Speaker, is there an issue here of constitutional concern? And is there a related litigation risk? Simply put, while we have a process allowing for the revocation of citizenship as per Section 10 of the Citizenship Act, in cases where a person obtains citizenship, for example, through false representation, fraud, or knowingly concealing material circumstances. We do not have, at present, other ways of revoking citizenship. This new proposal, by way, again, and I emphasize, by way of a private member's bill, raises serious constitutional concerns given, inter alia, the Charter's guarantees in Section 7, Section 6, Section 7, and Section 15, particularly where it engages matters of national or ethnic origin and potentially the recognized analogous ground of citizenship in the Charter. Moreover, there are concerns with respect to the Canadian Bill of Rights, which reads in part, and I quote, that no law of Canada shall be construed or applied so as to authorize or effect the arbitrary detention, imprisonment, or exile of any person. The Bill of Rights also prohibits an act that would deprive a person of the right to a fair hearing in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice for the determination of his rights and obligations, though I should note that there is a notwithstanding process in that regard. Bill C-42, though, and this is the key point, at its core, goes to the heart of the question of citizenship in Canada, a concept that is actually quite fluid and flexible, perhaps more than most Canadians think, with attending constitutional concerns. Indeed, it remains unclear under what circumstances the revocation of formal citizenship, as opposed to the denial of an application for citizenship by a permanent resident, will implicate Charter considerations. It is for this reason that rigorous debate by the members in this place is so important with regard to this bill, as it implicates our constitutional responsibilities as members of Parliament with respect to public oversight of this legislation, as well as trustees of the public with respect to any risk litigation. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. There is no question that an act of war against Canadian armed forces represents a repudiation of the values that we associate with the concept of citizenship, namely democracy, security, freedom, and equality. However, it is critical that we closely scrutinize any proposed legislation that implicates rule of law considerations. As I have noted, the concept of citizenship in Canada is indeed flexible, and the question of under what circumstances the government is entitled to revoke citizenship has perhaps not been fully yet determined by our courts. However, unlike questions of naturalization, the revocation of formal citizenship raises important questions pursuant to Section 6, 7, and 15 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, despite the repugnance of the crimes at issue, namely the commission of an act of war or terrorism against one's own country, constitutional rights and the rule of law are not negotiable. And so the fundamental questions we must ask, and indeed it is our responsibility to address these questions, is to what extent these constitutional rights are implicated by this legislation. If the members in this place are going to enable the revocation by the Government of Canada of Canadian citizenship in instances of criminality such as this, we must simply put make sure that such revocation is consistent with the rule of law as defined by the Charter and the related jurisprudence. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned, there are three distinct Charter provisions engaging a panoply of rights that may be implicated by changes to the Citizenship Act such as proposed by this bill. Section 6, 7, and 15, which together provide for a necessary starting point in discussing the constitutional contours of the legal concept of Canadian citizenship and the implications of such revocation. Section 6.1 of the Charter provides for the right of any citizen to enter, remain in, and leave Canada. Indeed, this is one of the Charter rights that applies only to citizens rather than to permanent residents, whose constitutional mobility rights are separately provided for by Section 6.2. Certainly, the revocation of citizenship in a particular instance would result in the inapplicability or denial of Section 6.1 mobility rights. Accordingly, on this point, it is precisely for this reason that it is of critical importance to ensure that the revocation of citizenship is consistent with procedural due process requirements. Moreover, because the revocation of citizenship will result in the revocation of Section 6.1 mobility rights, it also raises concerns with respect to Section 7 of the Charter and the right to liberty. Indeed, the Supreme Court has determined that Section 7 rights apply universally to anyone present in Canada, regardless of citizenship status. As well, it will implicate the right to security of the person also in Section 7, and so you have a panoply of rights here implicated, and it is a central constitutional question that we cannot avoid addressing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must consider Section 15 of the Charter, which constitutionally prohibits the federal government from passing discriminatory citizenship laws. Indeed, the courts have recognized that citizenship status is an analogous ground to the enumerated Section 15 protected categories, thereby providing for constitutional protection against discrimination based on citizenship. Moreover, Section 15 has been deemed to apply regardless of citizenship status. Therefore, by allowing for the revocation of citizenship, even in cases of commission of acts of terror, but only in cases where an individual is also a citizen of another country, Bill C-425 raises Section 15 equality concerns. Simply put, this bill potentially discriminates against those Canadians who are also dual citizens of both Canada and another country. Mr. Speaker, some may wonder why I raised the right to a fair hearing to which I referred earlier. Since we do not know the language of the legislative amendments proposed by the Minister, it could be that the proposed revocation of citizenship is automatic, thus depriving one of a fair hearing. In the alternative, it could be that the proposal deems an application for renunciation to have been made by the person, by the way, with respect to the person who has perpetrated the act of terror. The question then becomes one of whether the person could withdraw their deemed renunciation or make a further submission as to why the deemed renunciation should not be granted. Mr. Speaker, I raise these questions not as arcane procedural questions or trivial debating points, but serious considerations that need to be determined and debated in committee. Indeed, there is no question that the first time this revocation process is used, for whatever reason, it will be challenged in the courts, and the government will be obliged to defend it at taxpayers' expense. Accordingly, we must have...
Order. Order. We've reached well over the time allocated for the speeches, interventions. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the member from Mount Royal's comments, just in regard to what sounded to me like somewhat speculative perspectives on what may or may not be an amendment to this bill. I would simply suggest to the member that it would be wise to have used his time to speak specifically to the bill in front of us versus speaking about amendments that he's not even sure what they're going to look like or what they're going to be proposed. It is the process that we use here in this House of Commons to do so. And further, the Committee on Citizenship, Immigration and Multiculturalism is going to be reviewing this piece of legislation, this private member's bill, when it passes through second reading, and he can be rest assured it will get the due process and time necessary. And I really do, Mr. Speaker, want to thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill C-425, which is the private member's bill introduced by the MP for Calgary Northeast. Now, to me, it's not surprising that such a bill was introduced by a member of Parliament who is an immigrant to Canada. I have found that naturalized Canadians often have a more acute understanding of the meaning and importance of Canadian citizenship, having made a deliberate choice and often great sacrifices to attain it. It says a lot that this bill was introduced by this member of Parliament, an immigrant to Canada himself, and that his bill has received overwhelming support from new Canadians especially. I want to commend the member from Calgary Northeast for bringing forward a bill that is based on principle and is based on strengthening the value of our Canadian citizenship. In fact, no government has done more to strengthen the value of Canadian citizenship than this Conservative government. For example, we introduced a new citizenship study guide entitled Discover Canada, The Rights and Responsibilities of Citizenship. This guide provides essential information for anyone preparing to become a Canadian citizen. This helps ensure that all newcomers have more knowledge of the country they are joining. And what's interesting about Discover Canada, Mr. Speaker, is in this country, if you sell 10,000 new books, you're considered to be a bestseller. This Discover Canada has literally been taken off the shelves across this country. Literally thousands of copies have been requested by individuals, by schools. It is a testament that we actually have a document in which citizenship, the honor of citizenship that is bestowed on an individual requires research, it requires study, and requires commitment from those who anticipate and expect Canadian citizenship. It provides, and to add to that, Mr. Speaker, it provides a much better overview of Canada's traditions, our values, and our history, including our immigration history, than its predecessor. The old guide contained no reference, for example, to the Remembrance Day poppy, and little mention of the stories and symbols that made us who we are, including the First and Second World Wars. We are pleased that it has been a tremendous success and popular with not only applicants who are seeking Canadian citizenship, but established Canadians as well. Furthermore, our government has taken action to crack down on citizenship fraud. We are ensuring that anyone who lies about who they are, their residency in Canada, or hidden past criminal activities has their citizenship stripped. We've created a citizenship fraud tip line so that Canadians can anonymously report fraud, Mr. Speaker. And there are currently 11,000 fraud investigations underway, which includes 3,100 Canadian citizens. We're sending a clear message that Canadian citizenship is not for sale. We are applying the full strength of the law to those who have obtained their citizenship fraudulently. Mr. Speaker, the first part of this bill should be something that all members of this House can easily support. That fast-tracking Canadian citizenship for permanent residents who serve in our Canadian Armed Forces. More specifically, Bill C-425 proposes to fast-track citizenship for members of the Canadian Forces who are permanent residents by reducing the resident requirement for citizenship by 1 year for members. This would be for Canadian Force members who have signed a minimum 3-year contract and have completed basic training within our armed forces. It is true that permanent residents cannot easily join the Canadian Forces, but if the forces have a position which requires skills and expertise for which a Canadian citizen may not be available, they can recruit permanent residents for that position. And while it is also true that this would not impact a great number of permanent residents, it does not make it any less important, Mr. Speaker. It is important recognition of the loyalty, service, and the willing sacrifice shown to our country by the individuals, regardless of how small or large that number may be. The second part of this bill has received quite a bit of attention recently. As currently written, it would result in anyone who commits, and I quote, acts of war against the Canadian Forces, having deemed renunciation of their Canadian citizenship. Now, recently, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration has suggested that the bill could be expanded to include terrorist act against Canada and its allies. The reaction from Canadians, perhaps not the same reaction from those that sit across from us here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, but certainly those Canadians across this country who have responded to the recommendation. A poll commissioned by the member for Calgary Northeast himself on this bill found that almost 85% of Canadians agree or strongly agree with stripping Canadian citizenship from terrorists. And a petition posted on the Minister's Member of Parliament website was signed by an astounding 10,000 people in less than 5 days. I know that since the introduction of this bill, almost a year ago, the MP for Calgary Northeast and the Minister of Immigration have been speaking about ways to enhance and expand this section. Despite what the opposition claims, as they try to desperately find a criticism of such a popular proposal, you know, Mr. Speaker, it sometimes does leave me astounded that it's okay in this House of Commons that when a piece of legislation is brought forward, that it's good legislation, that it is not, it is stripped free from partisanship, that the simple act the opposition needs to take is simply support it. There are several examples in the past, including, unfortunately, very recently, where this has happened. Now, Mr. Speaker, the recent discovery that one of the organizers of a horrendous bombing in Bulgaria that killed several innocent people was a dual national Canadian citizen disturbed Canadians across the country, including myself, and I'm sure all members of this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the 1947 Citizenship Act actually included the power to revoke citizenship from those guilty of treason. The removal of this provision in 1997 made Canada's citizenship law an aberration, as virtually all other liberal democracies have the legal authority to strip citizenship for such crimes as treason and terrorism. In Australia, for example, the United Kingdom, a person can be stripped of citizenship if it's in the public interest, a much lower and a much vaguer standard than the sponsor of this bill or the minister have suggested. France, New Zealand, Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, Brazil, are just a few examples of countries that can strip citizenship for treason or terrorism, among other things. The fact is that Canadian citizenship is already not inalienable, as it can be renounced voluntarily or revoked from those, as I mentioned, who have obtained it fraudulently. Like the 1947 Citizenship Act, the premise of the MP for Calgary Northeast bill is that citizenship is predicated on reciprocal loyalty. If a Canadian passport holder maintains another nationality while waging war against Canada, this should be construed for what is so obviously clear. It's a deliberate renunciation of one's citizenship. In other words, renunciation of Canadian citizenship should be possible not just through the legal formalism of signing an application, but also a logical consequence of one's violent actions against one's country. The question that has been raised is whether this principle of deemed renunciation of citizenship should also apply to Canadian passport holders who are convicted of serious terrorist act. Given that Canada is an enemy of terrorism and proscribed terrorist organizations in particular, it is very reasonable, Mr. Speaker, to suggest that participation in terrorist crimes be considered a voluntary renunciation of one's loyalty to this country and consequently of one's citizenship. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the member for Calgary Northeast thoughtful private members bill and the amendments that have been suggested by the government would finally bring Canada in line with other liberal democracies and would strengthen, again, the value of Canadian citizenship. It would also send the message that Canadian citizenship has real meaning and cannot be used as a flag of convenience by violent terrorists. I hope the NDP and Liberals will listen, Mr. Speaker, to the vast majority of Canadians. If they do not want to listen to this side of the House, listen to the vast majority of Canadians. Support this important piece of legislation going to committee for a thorough review and study. Our government is strengthening the value of Canadian citizenship, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the NDP and Liberals will work with us instead of against us in this regard. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this time that has been granted to me so that I can speak to Bill C-425, tabled by the member for Calgary Northeast. First, it is important to point out that the basic principle of this initiative is very commendable, although certain components of the bill contain serious flaws whose consequences will be just as serious. My colleague wants to reward permanent residents who enroll in the Canadian Armed Forces by expediting their citizenship, and the official opposition agrees. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion that the duration of residence required in Canada should be dropped from 3 to 2 for a member of the forces responds to many objectives. This proposal will allow us to better recognize and underscore their commitments. Our military members make sacrifices, sometimes even the ultimate sacrifice, and our duty as parliamentarians is to recognize that fact. Underlining this exceptional contribution by expediting the citizenship process will thus be welcome. In addition, the measure to comply with the Canadian Forces pledge to expand diversity in their ranks is a good idea, and because the current proportion is only 6%, this is not enough when we know that the proportion will reach 20% of the workforce by the end of the decade. If the measure proposed can increase the representativeness of ethnic communities in our forces, so much the better. After all, the Canadian Forces serve the community, they act as representatives abroad, and is thus essential that they should reflect the diversity of Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, however, there are a number of elements in Bill C-425 that raise problems. First, more specifically, the section concerning the renunciation of citizenship draws my attention. The bill provides that a citizen or a legal resident of a foreign country who commits an act of war against the Canadian Armed Forces is deemed to have asked for the repudiation of their Canadian citizenship. In addition, a permanent resident who committing such an act would be deemed to have withdrawn their application. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the concept of active war, like the concept of legal resident, are not defined is a problem. In addition, the text submitted by the member for Calgary Northeast does not take into account any processes that would follow up on an accusation of an act of war. Therefore, the bill does not contain the legal bases necessary for its enforcement and would be entirely dependent on a judicial interpretation. The scope of what is being proposed by my colleague is very broad, and if there are no parameters with regard to the legal points, then that will be a problem. It is thus essential that the committee examine the measures seeking to define the terms used and that it explains the parallel approach to this possible renunciation of citizenship. Second, the operationalization of this bill might also cause problems. First, the first obligation in order to enroll in the Canadian Armed Forces is to be a Canadian citizen. The only possibility for a permanent resident of being able to enroll in the forces would be to obtain authorization from the Chief of Defense Staff in order to meet a special need or make up for a lack of human resources, which is not currently the case. So, Mr. Speaker, only a very small minority could benefit from the advantages of this bill. During debate at second reading, the sponsor of this bill was unable to tell us how many people would be concerned by this measure. There is thus much research that must be done. We might also wonder whether the actual objective of the government is not to cause people to repudiate their citizenship, but rather than to recognize military service. The time it takes to obtain Canadian citizenship also merits attention. Currently, close to 300,000 permanent residents are waiting to obtain their Canadian citizenship. Therefore, despite the goodwill of the sponsor of this bill, the reality is that the minister's cuts are considerably affecting the processing of files at all levels. These few permanent residents, who according to the current version would be able to benefit from this measure, will be no further ahead due to the immense backlog in applications. I mean, even wondering about the government's priorities in this regard. The minister announced cuts of $84.3 million in the last budget. He closed visa reception centers and he slashed customer service at CIC. Wait times are increasing in all immigration programs. People have trouble talking to agents, and thousands of applicants are paying for the minister's errors. The bill tabled by the member is thus at odds with the decisions of the current government. The current system is in trouble, but my colleague is seeking to expedite citizenship applications for permanent residents who serve in the Canadian Forces. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the principle and the thrust of this bill, and I consider it necessary to support it at second reading in order to be able to study it further in committee. Therefore, it is vital that different components be included in the bill in order to make it acceptable, both in terms of its content and its enforcement. The concept of active war, as well as the concept of legal resident, must be further defined so as to limit the possible judicial interpretation, and it is also important to consider the question of the process around the renunciation of citizenship. We will have to debate this component of the bill. We will have to go into much greater detail. It would be utterly regrettable for the government to create two categories of citizens with no debate or consultation. We will also have to study the scope of the bill in order to think about a possible broadening of the criteria. It would not be a good idea to go ahead with legislative amendment for so few individuals. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I think that we must consider Bill C-425, but it seems clear that we will have to work together in order to make sure that it does not run into obstacles and to optimize its enforcement so as to come back to this House with a document that meets its initial objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak to this bill, C-425, which introduces 3 new grounds for citizenship or its removal under the Citizenship Act based on relations with the Canadian Armed Forces. The bill introduces first a new ministerial power to shorten permanent residency requirement for members of the Canadian Armed Forces seeking citizenship. This would give a new power to the Minister for the purpose of alleviating special and unusual hardship or to reward service of exceptional value to Canada. 2, on application, reduce the residency requirement from 3 years to 2 years for members of the Canadian Armed Forces seeking citizenship, so long as that member has both signed at least a 3-year contract and has completed basic training. Second, it contains a deemed application section for renunciation of Canadian citizenship where that citizen engages in an act of war against the Canadian Armed Forces and that same citizen also is a citizen or legal resident in a country other than Canada. Third, there is a deemed withdrawal provision of an application for Canadian citizenship where a permanent resident that has made that application for citizenship has engaged in an act of war against the Canadian Armed Forces. I must start by pointing out a classic bit of hypocrisy that we see often from the Conservative side of the House, where the Parliamentary Secretary stood up and lectured the member from Mount Royal who was bringing up the musings of the Minister of Immigration this past week of adding a section that would also allow the government to strip citizenship of those accused of terrorism. And the Parliamentary Secretary berated the honourable member on this side of the House for bringing that up and considering that, and then he proceeded to do the same thing in his own speech. So, I mean, one wonders about whether basic elements of consistency and principle have any traction on that side of the House. And by the way, I want to compliment the member from Mount Royal on a thoughtful speech that points out what Canadians really want to see in their immigration policy and in policy in general, which is well thought out, rational, policy-based, evidence-based, and constitutional legislation. Now, the background to this bill and the context in which it occurs, I think, is important for Canadians to remember. Since March 2008, over 25 major changes have been made to immigration procedures, rules, legislation, and regulation. These have increased dramatically since the Conservatives formed a majority government. Among other changes, the Conservatives have used their majority to freeze parental sponsorships, to weaken family reunification, to punish vulnerable refugees, and increase the number of temporary foreign workers to meet the demands of their friends in the employer side of the equation. Most of these changes are politically motivated, invariably heartless, always without evidentiary basis, and frequently unconstitutional. Now, Bill 425 attempts to fast-track the time within which certain permanent residents may apply for citizenship. Now, New Democrats think the government ought instead to be working to address exceptionally long processing times for citizenship applications, which Citizenship and Immigration Canada currently reports is an almost 2-year wait for processing. In other words, no one in this country gets their citizenship recognized anywhere near the time they are legally entitled to it, and as such, C-425 is making a hollow and, I would respectfully submit, politically motivated promise. Now, 2 years is the average, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents, I think every member in this House does, of people waiting for citizenship who wait between 2 and 5 years to get their citizenship. These are permanent residents who came to this country, did everything they were asked of by this country, have worked hard, paid their taxes, and want to become a citizen so that they can vote in this country and fully express their democratic rights, get a Canadian passport. Instead of taking care of these unbelievably appalling and outrageous long lines, this government does nothing to take care of that. And instead they fiddle with these relatively arcane issues that don't affect very, very many people at all. Now, this PMB would get at an extremely limited number of cases, as the circumstances under which a permanent resident would be able to enroll in the Canadian Forces are currently extremely narrow. The Canadian Forces website and the Canadian Forces Ottawa Recruitment Office have made it clear in no uncertain terms that a permanent resident may not enroll in the Canadian Forces. However, a permanent resident may only enroll when the Chief of the Defence Staff of Canada or such officer as he may designate may authorize the enrollment of a citizen of another country if he is satisfied that a special need exists and that the national interest would not be prejudiced thereby. Mr. Speaker, how many permanent residents do we have in the Canadian Armed Forces who have served 3 years, who have completed basic training, who are permanent residents, who are applying for Canadian citizenship and are residents and citizens of another country do we think really exist? But I can tell you how many Canadians there are that are waiting right now, permanent residents that are waiting for their citizenship. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands. So one might ask, why would any member of this House target a bill that might affect, I don't know, 6 people, a dozen, a couple dozen, instead of dealing with 300,000 Canadians. That shows misplaced priorities. Now, in terms of the other part of the bill of deemed stripping of citizenship, again, I want to congratulate and repeat the remarks of my friend, the honourable member from Mount Royal, who points out the very delicate matter of stripping citizenship from people. Now, I know it may be good politics, and I've noticed in this House that whenever the government gets in trouble, whenever there's when one of their members gets criminally charged, or they're under ethical investigation, or they're having a bad week, well, we have the member from Edmonton who's under charge for failing to blow. We have Senator Brazo, who's charged with domestic assault and sexual assault. We've got 4 senators now who don't seem to know where they live because it's a constitutional requirement to reside in the province that in order to collect their money, that are collecting money from Canadian taxpayers to live in Ottawa per diems based on the fact that they're away from their home, that have homes in the Ottawa area. Whenever these things happen, I notice this government turns to one of 2 things: a crime bill or an immigration bill. And invariably, they seek to marginalize and attack a certain group. That is a constant theme of this government. And you know what? Canadians aren't fooled. And you know why they're not fooled? Because if this government was interested in truly dealing with citizenship and immigration, then they would be attacking the real problems facing people in this country, which are appallingly long wait times to sponsor your parents, to unite your families, for employers to get their workers here, for skilled workers to immigrate to this country. Right now, despite all of the rhetoric and fast talk of the Minister of Immigration, the truth is, and you can talk to any immigrant community across this country from coast to coast, wait times are as long today as they were 5 years ago. There is no progress. And in terms of wait times, people don't mind waiting 6 months or 12 months. These wait times are now measured almost in decades. People wait 10 years to sponsor their parent. Now, I have a real case here from one of my constituents who's in the armed forces and serving with distinction. He's from Vietnam. He applied in October 2006 to sponsor his mother, who lives in Vietnam and who's widowed. The sponsorship was verified and first stage approved in 2009, and it's been transferred for second stage approval, which was received in Singapore in 2009. Our most recent status update, which we did for this gentleman in December 2012, indicates that the application was received in 2009, it's in queue, and there's a 49-month wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I say I have 2 minutes. There is a 4-year wait from now, plus the 3 years that it's been waiting from 2009, on top of the time he applied in 2006. This member of our armed forces, who is serving proudly our country, defending our interests, putting his life on the line, and who wants to sponsor his mother, has been waiting since 2006, 7 years, and he has to wait another 4. That's a person waiting 11 years to sponsor their parent. And this person is not alone. Now, is this government doing anything to speed up that process? No. They're cutting officers around the globe. They're cutting funding to the Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration, and wait times are going to get longer. So while all the fast talking is being done by the Minister, Canadians know the truth, that this government's using immigration as a political football, not trying to make good process. Now, I also want to point out the Minister or the Parliament Secretary said that the Conservatives have strengthened our Canadian citizenship. Well, I ask, Mr. Speaker, when was it weak? Who thought it was weak? Because we in the New Democrat side of the House have always valued Canadian citizenship, and we think all Canadians have as well. The Conservatives act as if before 2006, Canadians took their citizenship lightly. Well, I can tell you, in Vancouver Kingsway, where I have a riding that is 70% new Canadian, or at least second or third generation Canadians, these people take their Canadian citizenship extremely seriously. So I don't know what kind of mind can conjure up the idea that someone's taking Canadian citizenship lightly, but it's nobody on this side of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude by saying the New Democrats are going to support this bill to committee because we want to study this bill and pursue amendments. Because the idea of doing anything that might speed up citizenship for any member of our forces is an idea worthy of exploration. But let's be clear, only a New Democrat government will ever bring in the kind of immigration reforms that are necessary to actually satisfy the needs of the immigrant community in this country. And we're going to do that in 2015. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I'll invite the honourable member for Calgary Northeast for his right of reply. The honourable member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all members for their contribution to this bill, as well as to the thousands of Canadians who have given their active support since this bill's infancy. Once again, Mr. Speaker, my bill is based upon 3 beliefs. I believe in more pathways to integration. Our troops deserve the highest respect. Canadian citizenship is a privilege which deserves the highest esteem.
Absolutely.
As I said on the outset of this debate, I myself am a proud immigrant to this country. I believe that citizenship is enormously important. Citizenship is about our culture, our heritage, and our loyalty. And there is no group that stands for these values more than our Canadian Armed Forces. They defend our nation and our values by putting their lives in the line each and every day. Joining the armed forces demonstrates a profound belief in and commitment to defending this country, which presents an excellent opportunity for integration. Some think this bill seeks to reward. The second part of this bill is something I sincerely hope must never be used. It is out of the same love for our country that inspired the first part of this bill that necessitates the second part of this bill. Those who seek to harm Canada should pay for their actions. In the case of treason, the perpetrator has shown that they have no loyalty toward Canada and in fact find no value in Canadian citizenship. As such, Mr. Speaker, they do not deserve the privilege of being Canadian citizens. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not unprecedented. Numerous Western democracies, including the United Kingdom and the United States, already have similar laws that allow for renunciation of citizens for act of treason. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this law is simply a necessary step in widening Canada's existing legislation. Section 10 of Canadian Citizenship Act already provides for the deprival of citizenship, and Section 46 of the Criminal Code clearly identifies treason as a crime. Mr. Speaker, until 1977, people who committed acts of treason would be punished by removal of their Canadian citizenship. Citizens of Canada want to see this return to law. My bill will expand existing laws to see that those who commit acts of treason meet proper justice with all due oversight and rights to appeal outlined in Criminal Code and the Citizenship Act. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we will also uphold our international obligations and agreements. Mr. Speaker, we have an overwhelming mandate from Canadians who want to see this bill succeed. I sent a householder survey to my riding, and the bill was supported by 87% of respondents. On October 30th, the National Post reported on the result of an NRG poll of 1,001 Canadians from coast to coast to coast, asking their opinion on the renunciation of citizenship. The poll showed that more than 8 in 10 Canadians from coast to coast are in favor of this bill. Furthermore, the Calgary Herald editorial board, along with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada, the Somali Canadian Education and Rural Development Organization, Immigrants for Canada, Centre for Immigration Policy Reform, Muslim Canadian Congress, BNI Brit Canada, and many more organizations have endorsed my bill, demonstrating the wide array of support from Canadians of all backgrounds and walks of life. Mr. Speaker, I am optimistic that the opposition will choose to support new immigrants and will not oppose giving our armed forces the support and respect they so definitely deserve. I'm sure members of all parties will continue to be as open-minded to having a real discussion on this important issue in committee stage, as members from both the NDP and Liberal parties stated they were in the previous hour of the debate. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again reiterate that I am open for any and all amendments which are in line with the aims and intents of the legislation. I want to do the following, Mr. Speaker: create more pathways to integration, support the brave men and women who serve in armed forces, and underscore the immense value of Canadian citizenship. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, let's reward those willing to put their lives on the line for Canadians, and ensure those who would attack the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend our freedom pay for their action. Thank you, Mr.
Here, here. Good job.
The question is as follows. Mr. Shorey, seconded by Mr. Payne, moved that Bill C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act honoring the Canadian Armed Forces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? It is. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 27, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Since it is 2:15, the House will adjourn until Monday, February 25, 2013 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.